Razgatlioglu. He is on the screens right now. His best work came late on, lap 18 of 19, a 1:39.398. Certainly the closest that Razgatlioglu has been to the lead times at the end of the opening session.
So there at the bottom of the screens, he did change front tyre during that FP1 session, but did the entire session, 17 laps, on the same rear tyre, which just underlines what a good job Toprak did this morning.
Martin 12th, he's got an awful lot of work to do in sectors 1 and in sectors 3 in particular. Martin half a second, a little bit more. Easy drifting on opening split. 12th, no panic of course for Aprilia. What we have seen from the Nuali factory is they're able to take big strides forward as the weekend evolves. The weekend here in the Grand Prix of Hungary, which has got off to the best possible start for our reigning world champion. Marc Marquez fastest with a 1:38.626, just over a tenth and a half. He finished ahead of all Spanish top 4. Raul Fernandez second, bouncing back pretty quickly from the crushing disappointment of his early mistake in Madeira last weekend, where he dropped down to 18th, 19th from the front row on lap 1. Pedro Acosta excelling once again here with Balaton inside the top 3.
So for the first time since he last came to BalatonPark, Marc Marquez top 3 practice 1. Raul Fernandez second for Trackhouse ahead of Pedro Acosta, who went so well here last year. Fermin Aldegarve in 4th ahead of Fabio Gian Antonio and Pecco Bagnaia. So in the end we had 4 Ducatis in the top 6. Ogura 7th from Marini, Bezzecchi the points leader 9th, and top Razgatlioglu, top Yamaha 10th, just ahead of Fabio Quartararo. Martinez we saw 12th from Moreira, who was up in the top 4 early in the session, fell to 13th ahead of Viñales, Mir Morbidelli, Binder, Bastianini, who we saw outbreaking himself at one point into turn 5, Jack Miller 19th ahead of Alex Rins, Ika Lecuona and Cal Crutchlow.
So Marquez making his mark early on here then in the BalatonPark Grand Prix. This was the world champion's work in that session. Stuck to his guns, medium throughout the entirety of the session. Coming about halfway through that best of a 1:38.626. Fast and consistent as the factory Ducati start.
Raul Fernandez did go for a brand new medium front tyre during that session, benefited from it as you can see on run 3 to get himself into the 1:38.
The last ride into the 38s this morning was Pedro Acosta. He went for a fresh front tyre for his 3rd run in that session. Just prior to 8th ban at 1:38.924.
Just the 2 runs for Fermin Aldegarve, but still put in 17 laps in the morning. His fastest came right at the very end to lift himself up to 4th.
Marc Marquez dominating the opening split. Nobody within 0.2 of a second of him. Acosta and Fernandez the closest challengers.
And you'd argue the fastest section is sector 2, and it was dominated by the Aprilias, Fernandez from Martin.
Yeah, looking strong in that 3rd, split by a whisker ahead of Marquez and Acosta.
And Raul Fernandez back on top in the 4th sector, which lifted him in the end up into 2nd overall.
So Ducati Aprilia in the splits then here around BalatonPark, as the Grand Prix of Hungary is open for business here in Balaton. And getting himself back to business, recovering from recent double surgery. It is the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez, hungry for more success, hungry for that 100th Grand Prix victory. He's made the perfect start here in the Grand Prix Hungary. He leads FP1.
Unbelievable this! How do they react at this speed? Here it comes up the inside. Oh, that's a face crash! Wow! It is pure magic! This is as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena!
majestic Mugello once again.
What a moment for Ralph Fernandez to wins the T-Zone sprint here in Mugello.
His first gold medal after a golden performance by the track house of Tia Ryder. Good afternoon and welcome one and all to the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy.
Fernandez goes really wide.
Martin trying to pick up some slipstream. Is he going to be close enough to attack Bez on the brakes into San Donato? He is. He's got the inside line. Is he going to get it stopped because there's a big halo there from Martin? He's going to run in hot. He's going to run in wide. Got to be careful here.
Marquez is fourth, so it's now Bezzecchi and Bagnari, Italian 1-2 at the Italian Grand Prix.
appliance went bang, so far from ideal there for centre ages, but it was that shot over the around where Max Keeler's is now. There's a clear marker on where the resurfacing works do kick in. Keeler's has just gone top, 46.638 at the moment. He's just ahead, coming really up on this side of here, Alvaro Carpe, who's coming through turn 17, and then charging to the line. Let's see where this puts him. He does improve his time, but not in position, so Carpe there, third at the moment. Where are we at the moment? Salmella is up there in 7th place. That's a really good opening gambit from him. The top 6 coming by a second. Absolutely sure that that's going to shrink as this one moves on through. Just trying to look at who's out of position. I've got to say, let's just talk about BalatonPark if we can. Right up there in 6th place at the moment. Very fast here last year. A terrible morning session again. He really struggles in an FP1 on a Friday morning, because he is open in the top 10 all season in an FP1. So whatever runs in Friday, I don't know if he just needs a load of cobwebs off in the morning, but he struggles first thing.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds off with Valentin Peroni this morning. Joel Esteban was also 1.2 seconds off from what Buchanan. P18 was 1.2 seconds off as well. And we saw a little battle between Peroni and especially Keeles, of course, on that final lap, coming out of the final corner as well. Elbows out, which is what we like to see, all within the rules, of course, to some extent anyway. I think both riders weren't too displeased and just trying to jostle position, and sometimes you can get sucked into with an elbow to keep your balance. But a brilliant battle between Peroni and Keeles, but of course Keeles came out on top on just the Hungarian Grand Prix last time out. But Peroni is in a bit of a bad run of form, not the top 10 since the red, which I don't think 1 or 2 out of the top 10 results are understandable. Never really expecting Peroni to suffer 3 of those without the points to Mugello as well, but he did explain that he did have a gearbox issue. As soon as he braked into turn 1 on the opening lap and tried to click it down the gearbox, something wasn't quite right, and Peroni said he just had to nurse it home. He did also say though that he didn't feel comfortable at Mugello right from FP1, not comfortable enough to not finish in the points. That gearbox issue really hampered him on Sunday, but was never really a factor in the podium and victory fight for us. For the Argentine, who is just in the back of your screens there as Jesus Rios sets his personal best lap and then runs slightly wide into turn 1. But a big weekend, you feel, for Peroni.
Massive weekend for Peroni, and it's got to be said, like motorcycle races, there are such finite differences right across the board. If you've got one little technical gremlin and you're not quite up one with the bike and you're still trying to work it out, that can really lead you further down the field than what you would have liked. So Valentin Peroni, be sure enough, he will be absolutely back on the case of the podium very soon, chasing that first podium since the opening round of the season over in Buram, where he finished 3rd, second to Max Keeles, and Abdel Manzi, your winner, of course, up the road. So just keep an eye on Valentin Peroni this weekend, because this is the kind of track where he could make a difference last year. We're looking at another of the Red Bull KTMs, this time in the IO squad. Brian Uriarte, our most recent Grand Prix winner. It's got to be said, the stewards have been busy in Moto3, haven't they? Well, not so much the stewards, the technical direction, and then the stewards for whatever sanctions have come their way, because Uriarte was disqualified for almost oil contamination over in Catalonia, so he was disqualified from qualifying, and likewise in the Grand Prix. So the Moto3 riders and teams are just keeping technical direction a bit busy at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Thankfully, when the notification came through, it said Catalonia and not Mugello, which would have been an absolute heartbreaker for, of course, the Red Bull KTM IO team, and, of course, Brian Uriarte himself, who says since the Catalan Grand Prix, well, pre-Catalonia, where, of course, he did take P4 at the second lap, but then we learned he has a little bit of a moment at turn 2, the left-hander there at the start of the lap here at BalatonPark, that he has made steps forward, and after struggling in pre-season and the opening couple of rounds to really find that feeling on the KTM, it looks like now Brian Uriarte coming up, of course, as the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup and Moto Junior World Champion. A lot of expectations on the shoulders of Uriarte and the rookies who do rise through the ranks as champions coming into Moto3. It's a big step up. A lot of the rookies do say that, but as we saw, Brian Uriarte won the race last time out. Hakim Denise was on the podium. 2 rookies, we saw Marco Morelli on the podium as well this season, and we so often see, not just this year, in years gone by, that rookies such as Maximo Keeles on the screens just now come up and are already the fastest guys in the class, and Uriarte certainly is one of those, and he did say a lot of confidence has been gained, but feet on the ground. In no way, shape or form is this Uriarte thinking now he's going to go and steamroll people the next few races. He knows that this is Moto3. He's not really in title contention. It's his rookie season, reiterated, and he's got obviously a very experienced and great team around him to know that he's got a lot of time in Moto3 to just continue to make his way, build some confidence, get more mileage under his belt, progress onto podiums, and more wins 100% are coming for Brian Uriarte. Great to see a new winner, of course, in the class, and a name that we're going to be so often seeing at the front, I'm sure, in Moto3, in Moto2, and hopefully in years to come in MotoGP as well. He's a great young lad to speak to as well.
Really, really eloquent, as so many of the youngsters are coming through. Vader Batama, Haki Venetia, another couple of Radio Shade who we spoke to last week. It's brilliant, brilliant guys. Marco Morelli caught up with him in the lunch break today. I've always got a couple of minutes for you, which is something you don't always find in a racing paddock, depending on where you are and who you're trying to deal with. But there's some really very polite young riders coming through. This is one of them, David Almanza. P3 at the moment, just under half a second away from Max Keeler's fastest time of the day so far. Of course, what you see is what you get. There's no combined timing towers in this one or any more in Moto2 or MotoGP. It is what you see is what you get as we approach the halfway stage of this session. Max Keeler's it is, who leads by just over a quarter, just over an eighth of a second ahead of David Munoz. Teammate Almanza there in third as Munoz waddles back into pit lane. Fourth for Carpe, fifth for Esteban. Casey O'Gorman sixth place was a little bit down the order earlier, I think down in 16th place. Worth noting that O'Gorman has been here before, was a standing rider last year here for the 658s, but I think in place of Luca Lunetta, this was his last GP he missed before he came back on fairly short. So they're in 6th place for O'Gorman, 7th for Pini, Uriarte, Peroni, Morelli, Battaglia, Moodley, Salmella and Vader Batama. At the moment, your top 14 as we have yellow flags at the second chicane here, and that is Alvaro Carpe, another practice 4. I mean, at least here, turns 9 and 10, it's going to be about as slow as you can have it. This is it, he's in just behind two riders who are in very, very deep indeed. Valentin Peroni was one of them, and the front folds at turn 9. And Carpe has to sprint over at the exit of turn 10, slides on the floor, picks his bike up, and the number 83 can't get it started, not allowed to start it anymore. It stops in the gravel, so has to get to the service road, but that's not ideal for the rider who's currently 4th in his section.
Yeah, Carpe crashes on a Friday afternoon, both in France and in Catalonia, ended up with him finishing outside with the top 14, something that he said over in Italy and after the Catalan Grand Prix that he just needs to fix. What's going on here with Quiles? That front end was threatening to chuck him down the road, but Quiles dug his knee and elbow in down there at turn 11, and on his way he goes. Good save from Maximo. The team not quite enjoying it as much as we are in the comms.
Oh, Jorge Martinez Aspar's face said it all. And what I liked about Quiles was that he was straight on the power on the curves and pulling a wheelie as well, just to get it crossed up and even more. Runs it right out to the curve. This is a brilliant section of the track. It's one of our favourites up here in commentary. I think the fast right between turns 6, 7 and 8, they're really, really great. And then all the way down here into this final complex. This isn't really a chicane, this bit is, but it then double apex, stand the bike up on the Moto3 machine, and then haul it into turn 17. Max Quiles looking to try and bring himself a bit more of an advantage here. 46.6 at the moment, 20 on the 46.296, and he's getting quicker and quicker as last year's HungarianGP winner. In the braking zone for that turn 1, it can't get it really anchored up here, even in Moto3. It is a very, very sudden stop down at turn 1. And this, it all opens up through here, turns 2, turns 3, and then turns 4 onto the back straight. Here's Adrian Fernandez, 19th at the moment, looking to try and move through into qualifying 2 directly today if he can. At the moment he's just about 0.3 of a second off, he's rolled out of it through that third sector, he'll be coming in the pits at the moment. So good to see the number 31 back out there and for sure putting his disqualification from the opening 6 Grand Prix to the back of his mind and focusing on the job in hand.
Yeah, he'll be trying to do exactly that, of course. Not sure how much he would have been told pre-session, but yeah, I'm sure Fernandez will be well aware of the situation. Nothing he can do about it now. He's got to just get his head down and try and First and foremost, getting into the top 14 on Friday here at BalatonPark. The 6th this morning was Fernandez, second of the Hondas. The top Honda this morning was Joel Kelso, up in P5, half a second away from David Almanza's time. At the moment, Keeles, Marco Morelli is on screen. It's the 97's teammate, of course, we're talking about. Looks a lot stronger than he did over in Catalonia and then again at Mugello as well. I remember in Catalonia, Keeles after Friday was saying that, you know, I'm obviously the championship leader, I've won some races already this season, and at the minute I'm the strongest rider, but I also recognise that sometimes other riders are going to be faster than me, including my teammate Marco Morelli, who's been very impressive so far this season. And Keeles said he was learning a thing or two from his teammate. I think this time around here at BalatonPark, it's everyone else learning a bit from Keeles so far anyway. A lot can change in the final 13.5 minutes in this session, but as things stand after, I mean, it wasn't an off weekend over at the Catalan Grand Prix for Keeles, because ultimately he went on to win the race. It was definitely an off weekend for Mugello though. He's looking back to his best though so far.
Yeah, he really is, and Max Keeles is very rarely not on his best form. It was a stunning run of form up until Mugello. If we just have a look at the number 28, it was either P1 or P2 right the way through the course of this season so far, which I've got to say, the opening 6 Grand Prix of the season isn't bad. You can always forgive him for having one off, and he still came home with points. So Max Keeles, yeah, his championship may have shrunk a little bit more following Mugello and now following the exclusion from the results of Adrian Fernandez. But Max Keeles is still very, very much the favourite moving on through. What will be interesting as we see a lot of stones out there between those 12 and 13 over there. There's a lot of rockery on that track there through there, so that might be getting cleaned up between sessions. At the moment, it's not disturbing the Moto3 riders so far. What's going to be interesting is this rider here. I mean, will Aspar firstly need to implement team orders? But it's going to be very, very hard to try and stop Marco Morelli, who is one of the fastest towards the end of the Grand Prix. He's definitely got a bit of Ayagura talent in him there, hasn't he? He's very much sandbags all the way through and then comes right to the fore late on. But the Argentinian is something of a bit of a weapon, and it's going to be very, very hard, as I say, to restrict him from trying to take that first Grand Prix win. We didn't see team orders last year from Max Keeles, even if he was an outside title contender. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they do it this year. This is Casey O'Gorman coming through the penultimate corner. Oh, that front end again! Folding away, and Casey O'Gorman, cat-like reactions, gets his knee on the ground. Brilliant stuff from the 67 to keep it upright, because how many times have we seen on a Friday how you crash, how much of a risk it is further down those top 14 places. Second at the moment for the Irish.
Well, yeah, especially when there's just over 10 minutes of the session to go. This is Alvaro Carpe, who we saw wasn't able to save a front ender, and thankfully for Carpe, who'd come from pretty much the opposite end of the circuit through turn 9 and 10, he's back out there for the final 10 minutes of the session, and he's got a freight train behind him as well.
Just to go back to the topic of Marco Morelli versus Max Keeles, very interesting to see if they do deploy team orders. Morelli could still well get himself in this title fight yet. I mean, we're so early on in the season, but it's not done.
No, I'd be very surprised if Aspar implemented any team orders at this stage of the season.
Sure, not at this stage.
When it gets to crunch time, I don't know, I'm thinking of maybe Japan, Indonesia, sort of, you know, the time of year where we will see a champion crowned. I mean, Keeles might have wrapped up by then, who knows, but a long way to go. But Aspar, Morelli will know that their chief title candidate is the one donning the number 28, David Almanza, backing it in. I was going to say nicely for the cameras, not too nicely if you're on board that machine, as Almanza was. That was turn 5 at the end of the back straight here at BalatonPark. But yeah, Morelli will know the situation. However, when you're in Moto3, when you're in the mix of a race, emotions can take over, and if Morelli has a chance of winning, I think no matter when it comes, he will go for the win. He's a racer at the end of the day. Yeah. I do believe before we get to that sort of stage of the season, I reckon Morelli will have won a race by then. He is, you rightly say, the Ayagura at the minute of Moto3, and he said it himself, not that he's the Ayagura of Moto3, but he needs to figure out a way of trying to get down to business on a Sunday in the open few laps to give himself a less work to do in the latter stages. Said Sunday at Mugello was a bit of a race to forget, tried to start strongly from the beginning, but well, so he could set his own pace, but he couldn't ride the way he wanted to. Didn't have the same feeling with the tyres, he said, he had for the rest of the weekends. And when he'd spun some laps, warmed them out, he did start to feel a bit more comfortable. And we did, of course, see Morelli come up to the podium. Fight was, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, got a little bit tangled with this rider on screen, Hakim Deniz. Of course, Deniz went on to finish to a brilliant podium. It was no one's fault. Not blaming Deniz, not blaming Morelli. Just two riders at the final corner of Mugello, scrapping for positions, and Morelli just tagged the rear end of Deniz and nearly got us back over the top. Morelli actually did well to keep it on, but I think a victory is definitely coming for Morelli. But you are right to point out team orders and the team dynamic a little bit later on in the season. It's something to keep in mind.
Max Skeelers doesn't like being beaten. That's why we like him, because he shows there's anger at finishing second. No one should be happy finishing on the podium unless it's a P1. Just to finish on Marco Morelli, if I can, the sequence since Guyana has been top 10, no top 10. P2, P12, P4, P13, P5, P13 last time out. So he's on for something strong this weekend. Very much worth noting is qualified as well. Yet to have a front row, or at least start from a front row. P8 last time out, he was P4 in Catalonia, P4 before that in Le Mans, 11th at Jerez, 18th in Kota, 5th in Guyana, and 11th in Thailand. So still chasing that first front row in his Moto3 career and his first of the season obviously as well. But Marco Morelli, if he can sort of qualify out and sort his consistency out, not drop all the way back down the order at the start of the Grand Prix, well, he may well be a bit of a weapon to keep an eye on. We're less than 10 minutes away here at the moment, 7.5 minutes on the clock. Let's just give you a quick rundown of your top 14 thus far. Max Skeelers, David Munoz. That's the second time this season. Third for David Almanza. Fourth for Alvaro Carpe. Esteban is there in 5th place. Just seeing Salmela has moved up into 3rd place. Good stuff from him. Morelli's now 7th. Batama's moved up to 8th. Casio Gorman starting his final run there in 9th. Pini 10th. 11th. Uriarte 12th with Deniz. Peroni and Bertelli 13th and 14th respectively. But that's all changed because Kelso has gone to 3rd. Fernandez has gone to 4th. And Rouchet Moody puts himself back in those top 14s. At the moment, some riders missing out. Hakim Deniz, Valentin Peroni, Matteo Bertelli. Cormac McCann, who was top 14 this morning, keep an eye on him. Jesus Rios, who was top 10 last time out, it's 20th. Eddie O'Shea was 6th, and Mugello 22nd at the moment. And then Zen Matani, Scott Ogden, Nicola Carrera, and Ryusei Yamanaka languishing somewhat down in last place at the moment. There's still 6.5 minutes on the clock, plus a little bit more for live lap times coming in very, very soon. It could all change.
Yeah, time attack mode engaged then. Courtney McCann jumped into the top 14. Good stuff from the New Zealander. Yeah, Kelso said after the Italian Grand Prix that it was the first weekend where he really felt at one with the Honda. Of course, finished P9 wasn't the result that Kelso would have wanted, but a good springboard, he said, coming into the rest of the season. So Kelso again backing up his performance in Mugello with a solid Friday so far. The quickest Honda of the lot, albeit half a second behind Max Skeelers, who set a ferocious pace at the beginning of this session. But it's all going to change. Matteo Bertelli is on a good lap. Valentin Peroni, wouldn't have expected him to be outside of the top 14 on a Friday, especially here of all places where he picked up his personal best result in Moto3. He's going to get a bit of slipstream to the line behind Hakim Deniz, podium finisher last time out. Deniz also needs lap time here, jumps up to 11, and Valentin Peroni does make up good time, jumps one spot ahead of his teammate into P5.
Valentin Peroni has gone through into Q2 directly in every single session on a Friday afternoon this year, so keep an eye on Valentin Peroni. He's there in 6th place at the moment. The same could be said for Marco Morelli, who's down in 13th place at the moment, so a little bit of work to do for the other Argentinian out there. This is Guido Pini. Well, we thought we were going to be talking about Leopard, about this rider here on your screen, how much he struggles on a Friday afternoon. The 94 at the moment, 13th. With Marco Morelli just moved up the order, that front end was folding. Good save by Guido Pini. I'll tell you what, if he'd gone down there, that would have been a real problem for the rest of this session. So Guido Pini rolls out of this lap. He's going to find himself Antonio Shea to latch onto. Let's see if Guido Pini can get into Q2 directly on a Friday afternoon for the first time since the European stint of this 2026 season began.
Scott Ogden just behind Adrian Crusoe. Of course, Ogden a week ago was topping the times on a Friday afternoon. The British rider it's not looking like he's going to be doing the same this time around. 9 tenths through sector 2. If he can hold it to the line, it's just about going to drop him into the top 14. But he needs to make up time in the latter half of this lap. Often the time isn't quite coming as easily this time around as it did in Mugello.
It looks like he's struggling to get it anchored up and hauled into the apex of the corner, the number 19. So just keep an eye on him versus his teammate, who's up ahead of him. Adrian Cruz says, looks like he's a lot more at one with the bike. The bike looks heavy for Scott Ogden at the moment. We'll have to keep an eye on him, but he's not having a great day of things here at the moment at BalatonPark. Less than 4 minutes on the clock to go. Ogden's going to improve his lap time. Let's see if he moves up in the order. 3 places to 21st, and has a look over his shoulder. So you've got to think that perhaps number 19 is going to roll out of it this time round, and I'm fairly sure he is. 6th place at the moment, Rico Salvella, the 27, has just moved through into the top 14, as has this rider here, Jesus Rios, going great guns. 14th place and less than a second off. Queso Gorman straight up into the top 5. Great job by the Irishman, just over half a second off, but the 67 flying here at BalatonPark. That's bucking and weaving there towards the apex. Can't quite get it stopped and nailed at turn 1. Eddie O'Shea, little Eddie O'Shea there, P20 at the moment, so he needs to find a little bit more, but L, less than 9 tenths of a second covering Keyless Sapedi. It is so marginal in Moto3 this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly, and around about 6 tenths covering second to 14th. Obviously, Keeler's got a decent margin from P1 to Vader Patama, who's up inside that top 2S. Things stand Eddie O'Shea. I think just glancing at the big screens, nothing's going to come of this lap, you feel. A grey sector through sector 1, but he's going to have a bit more time. Turns 1 and 2. Yellow flags. Just trying to see if I can see that he's outside the console window. I can't.
Cormac McCadden has come down. That'll be a front ender, I'm sure, for Cormac McCadden, who is now trying to pedals his way over towards turn 2. I wonder if he's trying to shake something out. Let's have a look what happened. Braking, smashing it down through the gearbox, and that front is about to top now. Oh, on the bumps as well.
I think he looked more than even did it for Buchanan. You can see him trying to hold the clutch in, of course, trying to keep that bike running. As we know, new rules now, if the bike stops running, you can't bump start it in the gravel or on the road. You've got to go to the service road to do that. Back attack, you can see there on the duck patch over his leathers.
Bit more tarmac attack at the moment, wasn't it? Down there at turn 1. So Cormac McCann, where is he at the moment? Down in 19th place. Got to say that perhaps that might be his session done. I was just about to say, before we saw that, Eddie O'Shea, we saw the MLAV guys go out and do their own thing in Mugello because they had to. Push is coming to shove here. At least Eddie O'Shea's going to get a little bit of slipstream here to start his what will be final flying lap behind Queso Gorman and Adrian Fernandez. So, that's good to see. Guido Pini just moved up into P9. So, Pini moves through, and I'll tell you what, I think we're going to have a couple of moments here. This is Eddie O'Shea's earlier on, but I think Queso Gorman and Adrian Fernandez both blew the start of their final flying laps. Now, if that is the case, Gorman is up there in 5th, Adrian Fernandez is 7th, so they should be okay, but that does just scupper Eddie O'Shea a little bit, who now loses a reference up ahead of him. Comes to the first sector, and again, 4 tenths off. It's a big ask from here on in.
Yeah, it certainly is. O'Shea not been in Q1 by my reckoning since the Spanish Grand Prix. Right. Obviously, O'Shea has been really strong on a Friday. Of course, picked up his personal best Moto3 result. Last time out, led the race, of course, for the first time in Moto3 as well. It was a fantastic weekend for O'Shea. Just struggling slightly here on a Friday, but a lot of others are as well. Hakim Denise is outside that top 14. Brian Ariarte, 2 podium finishers, of course, the race winner and P3 finisher, outside of the top 14 as things stand.
Yeah, Brian Ariarte, your winner last time out in Mugello, 18th finish. Not good at all from Brian Ariarte. He's just ahead of Jesus Rios here. The thing around here at Balaton is it's so narrow, the racing line, and there's chicanes everywhere, so it's really tricky to make a lap time, particularly if you start to line up someone else here up in front. Carpe has come across the line, 13th for Carpe, so again, rider at risk is Moodley, but Carpe's dancing down there with Q1 at the moment. Checkered flag is out. Let's see, Jesus Rios, I don't think he's going to do anything here. 15th at the moment, doesn't improve his time, and he finds himself down in Q1. Brian Ariarte down in Q1 as well, has taken the flag. It's a disaster for Brian Ariarte. Scott Ogden has taken the flag, improved his time, as did Adrian Cruz says, but nothing to shout about down there. 21st and 22nd, Eddie O'Shea top 6 in Mugello, 20th in practice here in Moto3. Rouget Moodley has taken a flag and Cormac Buchanan is in the pit lane. So your top 14 is set because everyone else who's not in there has taken a flag. We've got David Almanza, he's still on a live lap at the moment, and this will put him maybe a couple of places up if he can hold it all together through these final left-handers, 16 and 17. Oh, I'll tell you what, didn't see Dinesh was on a lap. Let's see what Dinesh can do. Almanza's coming to the line, it will improve. He'll improve his place, goes up into the top 3, but Dinesh is around 30 odd seconds from home here. Let's see what this third sector's got to do. It's going to have to be something special for the Malaysian.
Yeah, the South African Rouget Moodley will be sweating a little bit, so will the Boe squad as well. This is Alvaro Carpi and Valentin Ferroni are on personal best lap times, or were anyway, before they clicked through the third split. But all eyes on Hakim Dinesh, podium finisher last time out, and it is not going to happen for the Malaysian. Unfortunately, he will be Q1 bound going into tomorrow afternoon. So the number 13, a debut podium, now back into Q1. Unfortunately, is this where he lost all the laps? Absolutely, it is on the exit of turn 11, the tight hairpin, the top end of the course. Unfortunately, Dinesh lost all his time there, all his momentum, and it is Q1 for the number 13.
Big shame for Dinesh, but it's not new territory for him. He has been down there before. He'll just have to fight his way through once again. A good job all round by Max Keeles. That 1:46.296, fastest lap of the weekend thus far, and that was set very, very early on in this session on his 11th lap of 17 in that first stint. So Max Keeles, any questions of how he cracked on earlier in the week at Mugello? Well, no questions this time around. Keeles top dog in Moto3 practice. Vader Patama, brilliant job from Hiroshi Oyama's Honda Team Asia rider there. The number 9 in P2 out of David Almanza, who we saw earlier on in third. Looking elsewhere, who else has done a good job there? Good job from Keito Gorman and Adrian Fernandez to A for O'Gorman for his pretty strong session all round. This is one of the first tracks he comes back to that he knows, of course, and B for Adrian Fernandez to put all of those misdemeanors that happened over lunch behind him. Guido Pini finally breaks through into Q2 directly on European soil. Marco Morelli keeps up his 100% record. I'm looking down the order to see if there's anyone else. Good job from Rouget Moodley as well. He's through into Q2 directly, so good stuff in the second.
Yeah, great to see Rouget Moodley up inside that top 14. Can sleep a little easier tonight, the South African, knowing he's straight into the pole position battle. Carpe as well, obviously after that crash, did improve slightly on his penultimate lap of the session, but finishing P13, I mean, job done in terms of getting through to the top 14 for Carpe, but won't be happy with another crash on a Friday afternoon. But no such worries, we're able to get back out there and improve his lap time, so the bike didn't seem too damaged, and he's heading straight to Q2, so that's a top job in terms of getting through to Q2 for Carpe, and important as well with Keeles in P1.
Good stuff from Rico Salmala as well, just there in 8th place. It's not the end of the world to go through Q1, of course. It's another opportunity to try and bump yourself up. Jesus Rios will be looking to do that. He's been on the second round of it for the last 2 Grand Prix, so Q1 is going to have to be a little bit more dramatic for the number 54. But they are all chasing Max Keeles, the championship leader, T1 in practice here at BalatonPark, ahead of Vader Patara and David Almanza, as we've said, with top 3. Going down the order, Cormac Buchanan was a crasher earlier on, right towards the end of that session. 19th place in the New Zealander, finds himself down in Q1 as well, as does Eddie O'Shea. Scott Ogden joins them along with Adrian Cruz, there's Nicola Carrera, Leo Ramastorff has himself down in practice
in terms of
he's through in.
Unfortunately, Dinesh lost all his time there, all his momentum, and it is Q1 for the number 13.
Big shame for
Good afternoon, everybody, from BalatonPark. Well, we're overcast BalatonPark now, but still dry. And the hope and expectation is that that will remain the case as we get set for the Moto2 afternoon practice session. which will determine who goes through automatically to qualifying 2. After a mixed morning, it's fair to say, for the World Championship contenders. One of them fastest of all, one of them on the floor on his first out lap of the morning, and another one a bit of a slow burner before ultimately getting himself into the top 3. This, as mentioned first thing this morning, is a milestone weekend for Moto2, since this class in its current form began back in 2010. This weekend is the 300th Moto2 Grand Prix. And Manu Gonzalez, who has won 8 of the previous 299, is looking to strengthen his position at the top of the World Championship. Gonzalez is building up quite the Moto2 CV now. 8 career Moto2 wins now means he's in the equal top 10 all-time in the Moto2 class. 9 pole positions, which puts him clear 8th all-time for most Moto2 poles. He also now finds himself in the equal top 10 for most podiums in a Moto2 career. 21 of them he has now, with the last of those coming a week ago, 5 days ago in fact, at the Mugello circuit in Italy. And all of that has contributed to a 34.5-point World Championship lead over Ifan Kavara, who was the aforementioned title chaser on the floor this morning, with brake problems he was suffering from late in the Italian Grand Prix weekend. Really affected him, he said, in the race. So it didn't appear as if it was plain sailing for him this morning either on that particular front, with that crash at turn 5, and 1 or 2 tantrums on board his Boscoscuro when he was still finding it a little bit of hard work to get around this BalatonPark circuit later in that free practice 1 session. But that doesn't count towards the overall qualifying picture. This session does, so it should be a fascinating and competitive practice to come in the company of myself, Lewis Suddaby, and Elliot York in pit lane. Our immediate focus on screen, at least now, is on last year's winner David Alonso, who will surely take heart from how his morning session went.
Yeah, the smile says a lot, doesn't it, for David Alonso. Good afternoon to everyone, and of course you as well, Lewis. Looking forward to this one as always. A bit of a mini qualifying session on Friday afternoons, really gets the juices flowing, and thankfully for Alonso, those shoulder issues that he'd had seem to be behind him, which is good news for us, great news for Alonso and the team, and also maybe good news for the championship as well, in terms of riders trying to chase down the clear favourite as things stand, and the standout rider so far this season, Manu Gonzalez, who we just saw on our screens. But yeah, much more like it from Alonso to be just over a tenth away from Gonzalez. Of course, the race where Alonso has his Moto2 win to the record books. A fantastic Grand Prix here last year in BalatonPark. Some usual late race rhythm for Alonso, and a great battle with Yogo Morel, the eventual world champion, and Manu Gonzalez for the podium. So fingers crossed we get more of the same from Alonso. We want to see Alonso back in that lead group, back fighting at the front, back fighting for victories alongside the likes of Gonzalez and Celestino Vietti. That was your top 3 from this morning. And of course alongside his teammate Danny Holgado as well. A decent morning for Holgado. He was just over 3 tenths away from top spot in P6. So yeah, an intriguing morning, and good to see the Aspar duo, mainly Alonso after Holgado's podium last time out and Alonso's outside of the points finish, that it looks like, early days of course, not really done too much on this one, but it looks like Alonso is returning to a bit of form, which is what we want to see, and form is what Philip Salac is in, Lewis, as well.
Yeah, and looked pretty good this morning too, did Salac. He was able to put in 4 laps in the 141s, which was generally what the overall leaders were doing. It was close in the end overall at the very sharp end this morning. A second covered the top 9 to 18 riders, beg your pardon, down to Luca Linetta in 18th place on the Speed RS Boscoscuro. But when you look a little bit deeper, Manu Gonzalez was actually much stronger than the rest than it looked first thing this morning. When you look at the likes of Danny Holgado, who's in 6th place, he put in 3 laps too in the 141s. We had 5th placed Alonso Lopez, who was only able to do a couple this morning. Colin Vine, he also did 4 laps. This is including laps that were cancelled earlier on due to yellow flags or track limits. Philip Salac, who we just saw, did 4 laps in the 141s. David Alonso did 2. Chelsea Giovetti here on screen. He was able to do just the one. Manu Gonzalez, as a matter of fact, as I glance down his running, he did 13 laps in the 141s, including that 141.0 that put him at the very top. So it might have looked close at the end of the session this morning, just a tenth of a second between Gonzalez and the rest, but Manu Gonzalez appeared to be setting that kind of pace with ease.
MotoGP teams, are you watching? Says Manu Gonzalez.
Printing the analysis out, sticking on some team hospitality.
Yeah, exactly that, handed them round the paddock. Like some early Christmas cards. Yeah, Gonzalez, look, we said it this morning, I think we're going to continue to say it throughout the rest of the weekend. It sounds like, from what Gonzalez was saying at the end of the Italian Grand Prix, that had some issues on Friday so far this season. Hasn't quite been at 100% like we saw a lot last year. Gonzalez arrived at the circuit and was immediately sort of at least in the top three, let alone quickest for a lot of it. Spoke to Manu a lot on Friday and he always said the same. Got a great base setup and just feel fast immediately coming into a weekend. That hasn't always been the case in 2026. Now, come the end of a weekend, which is obviously the most important thing, Gonzalez has finished on the podium in every race apart from the United States Grand Prix and winner of the last two. And it does sound like now Gonzalez has that base setting absolutely dialed on that Kalex triumph. Of course, Kalex changed a few things with their chassis coming into 2026, so it looks like Gonzalez has figured that out, and he was already leading the championship and already pretty quick, and now he's figured out the couple of gremlins, let's call them, at the start of the weekend in terms of his overall feeling. As Pedro Acosta gives us a nice wave, we'll be seeing him, of course, in around about 45 minutes time, maybe a little bit more, just under an hour away from MotoGP practice coming up. But for Gonzalez, he'll be hoping to be in MotoGP practice next year. We'll wait and see if that's the case, but it was a little bit of a gauntlet laid down, and that pace this morning should worry, and probably will worry, his rivals. But of course, we're going to learn a lot more in this afternoon session.
Ivan Ortola at the end of this morning session, where was he? 17th place on a 141.989. Coming here on the back of, well, I guess a disappointment in terms of the overall result and the way his race ended, but surely we'll take a lot of positives from his Sunday performance in Mugello, where certainly seeing Ortola build up a bit of a reputation as one of Moto2's expert fast starters nowadays, aren't we? After he came from the 14th in the end it was on the grid in Le Mans, through to the podium, and he was up inside the podium places within a lap or two of the start, and of course came through from 10th on the grid in the Italian Grand Prix last time around. He was already up to 4th by the end of the first lap before moving up to 2nd by lap 4. So Ortola certainly made his presence felt early in Grand Prix already this year. Back up to full strength are the MSI squad this weekend. If you were with us this morning, we welcome back Angel Piqueras this weekend. He broke his femur and damaged his left ankle in that lap 1 crash in Austin, Texas. Within just over 2 months, Piqueras is back with us. The 19-year-old was 27th at the end of practice this morning. Jerry Tusa is now the permanent second rider at the Forward Clinton Racing team as teammate to Alex Escridge. They have parted company with Jorge Navarro, and we also bring Jacob Ralston into the fold in Moto2 this weekend at Honda Team Asia. He's the injury replacement, he says, for the next couple of Grand Prix at least, in place of Mario Aggi. And Ralston solidly up to speed this morning. He was last in the standings, that's to be expected as a Moto2 debutant, but he was within 3 seconds of the Red Hot World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez.
Yeah, very respectable, I've got to say, from the Australian who rides a Boss Scuro chassis over in the Moto2 European Championship. A couple of weeks ago they had the opening round of the season at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, so a different bike for Ralston to get used to. Of course, rode here in Moto3, so knows the track, but of course not on a Moto2 machine. So I think this weekend all about getting bedded into Moto2 for the young Australian, and yeah, sounds like we'll be seeing Ralston at least in Brno. Of course, a speedy get well soon to Mario Aggi. Hopefully we'll see the Indies and back on the track very soon, but a chance for Ralston to put himself in the
bars and perhaps just not quite fastened it up. Right, you can see both Manuel Gonzalez with knee sliders on both knees, and of course when you're changing direction and putting your knee down as frequently as you are around this circuit. 17 corners, many of which are taken in first and second gear. That's not something that you can really continue without for much longer, so we'll see who comes round to start a full-time lap and who's potentially forced up pit lane to have their riding equipment checked over.
Just looking if it's Tony Arbolino who's focusing on the Italian. I don't think it is, but yeah, we're waiting to find out and see if it is a knee slide. Hopefully it is, and not something a little bit more serious off a motorcycle first and foremost. I'm sure race direction will be having a little bit of a look at what that is. Maybe some marshals have got some memorabilia now to take home to the families potentially, but we'll continue on our way in Moto2 practice. We'll keep an eye on potentially who comes at pit lane. Of course, if you've not got a knee slider, you're going to find out very quickly when you try and put your right or left knee down, and there's not much separating you from a little bit of a graze on the tongue.
There's Colin Byer, no problems for him. Byer went particularly well here last year, didn't he, in the Hungarian Grand Prix when he finished right on the back of that leading group. Finished 1.3 seconds in the end of the race winner. At that point, it was a career best for him in 5th place. And feels like Byer's 2026 season just hasn't quite sparked into life just yet. Of course, we did see him up on the podium despite some arm pump issues back in Jerez, but bookended that particular result with 3 DNFs. The podium in Jerez was his only finish in a space of 4 Grand Prix from Austin through to Barcelona. 9th place for him in Mugello last time out, and said it was important just to get the checker flag and score some points. Of course, it would have been very easy for Byer to throw it down the road in pursuit of that top 6 group, but that wasn't really what Byer was after in Mugello a week ago.
Yeah, coming off the back of his first ever back-to-back DNFs in his Grand Prix career, including in Moto3, his fellow Dutchman John van der Gordo runs slightly wide straight on through the turn 9 and 10 chicane. But yeah, important advice, see the checker flag. And one of the weaknesses so far for Byer, speaking to a couple of members of the team, has been his starts. Obviously we saw in Catalunya when he was on the front row, got a disastrous start. Byer, and of course coupled with that long lap penalty, completely scuppered any chance of Byer fighting for the podium. Then of course he crashed out, I think it was through turn 8 over the circuit of Barcelona. Thankfully the Dutchman wasn't injured in that, but as you rightly say, important for Byer to see the checkered flag, get some points on the board after a disappointing couple of rounds over at the French and Catalan Grand Prix. And yeah, Byer just said he lacked something in the second part of the race. Wasn't the result he wanted, but ultimately a top 10 is a good pace to start from as we head into the rest of the pre-summer stint of Grand Prix. Of course, Hungary now, we go to Brno, and then of course for Zonta van der Gordo and for Colin Byer. A busy weekend, but a much-loved weekend coming up at the TT Circuit Assen for the Moto Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Looking forward to that one, but yeah, full focus of course on the Hungarian Grand Prix. And as you rightly point out, at the stage of the season as it was his best result, and he only finished just over a second behind the winner as well. So a really good ride for Byer here last year. Of course, a lot can change in motorcycle racing, but he had a decent session this morning, did Byer, and he's having a decent session so far this afternoon. So yeah, it's a big weekend for Byer. You feel like he just needs to get another decent result under his belt before we have a weekend off, and then he can really try and step into things in the next double header, as I mentioned.
Essentially challenging conditions these for the Moto2 field. The wind certainly looks to have picked up. Looking outside the commentary box and also walking down here around about 15 minutes ago, it definitely feels like the wind's picked up, and the wind has also changed direction from this morning during free practice 1 when it was a headwind down the main straight, and therefore a tailwind down the straight from turns 4 to 5. It's now changed direction, so it's now a big tailwind into that first corner, so very, very easy to lose your braking marker and sail wide into that first corner, but then it will be in your face. A bit of a headwind now down to turn 5. The risk of rain for the MotoGP session which follows this is only 8%, so although it's overcast, we're not expecting the rain to interfere with this practice session, and it feels like it might take some rain on current form to disrupt Manuel Gonzalez's relentless run at the front.
Yeah, Ferrandez has placed himself well, hasn't he? Obviously pinpointed Gonzalez as one of the quicker riders to follow, the quickest rider to follow as things stand, and Gonzalez going well in the early exchanges here on the number 18. Nicely negotiates the tricky turn 15 and 16 chicane towards the end of his lap. That is the final corner of turn 17. Is Gonzalez going to beat Celebrity Society? He is, of course, the top two now for the Dynavolt squad, and Ferrandez 6/10 slower than Manu Gas that time around, with early indications that Gonzalez was fast in FP1, as we know, but is also aiming to be fastest in practice this afternoon.
Interesting, one rider has already pitted in this practice session. Titan Cavara, who either he was the rider who maybe shed some of his equipment leaving the pit lane, or potentially he's still not wholly happy with that Boscascuro. We, as mentioned at the top of the broadcast, we saw him talking as if he was about to put his fist through the screen of his number 28 machine earlier on today when he went wide into turn 1. We're already having some problems and having to essentially drop his bike in the gravel trap down at turn 5 on his outlap. Cavara did put one lap on the board, 142.3, but he's already in the pits again.
Yeah, not a good weekend so far for Ethan Rivara. As mentioned, we were hoping it was going to be less dramatic for the Spaniard, of course, still second in the championship. Lost some crucial points last time out to Manu Gonzalez. 34.5 points is the gap as Danny Holgado gets a little bit closer and passes Aaron Canet down into the opening corner. Celestino Vietti not quite on the pace of Manu Gonzalez as things stand just yet, but bedding himself into the session nicely on the second of the Boscaros in the championship behind this rider, Ethan Guevara, who has not cut a happy figure, and you can absolutely understand why so far this weekend. Front brake issues this morning led to the crash. Didn't have time to go down and speak to the team because something popped up in Moto3 if you weren't aware of things. That sort of took over the lunch break for many of us here in the Balaton paddock, but it did look like front brake issues for Guevara, who then was getting frustrated at the end of the session as well. Alberto Ferrandez had front brake issues over in qualifying at Mugello as well. So hopefully there's no more gremlins of that issue. Hopefully it's a different kind of issue, whatever is stopping Ethan Guevara from heading out in the session. However, no matter which way you put it, no matter what the issue is, this is not a good start to proceedings here in Hungary.
So they're not having any problems at the moment. He's up in 6th place at the moment on his Boscascuro. First time here for Alberto Ferrandez. A few riders in this Moto2 field are coming here for the first time. Senaragius is coming here for the first time. He was injured last year. That crash that he had at the start in Austria, so he's not been around here in Moto2 before. It's also the first time for Luca Lunetta here in Balaton as well. Remember, he was still injured due to that broken leg in Moto3 last year, so he didn't come to Hungary on a Moto3 bike, so this is his first experience of this circuit too. Dennis Unchu, also his first visit to Balaton. Of course, he didn't ride at all in the second half of last season after his training injury pre-summer break. As mentioned, Ferrandez too, and Xavi Zugatusa, who's of course the now permanent replacement. Here he is, the number 85. He's now in for the rest of the season at the forward team. Also getting up to speed with what is a very particular BalatonPark circuit, as myself and Jack Appley were discussing on our Giro show yesterday. From one circuit to the next, you can't really draw a bigger contrast from Mugello to Balaton.
No, I spoke to Pecco Bagnaia yesterday and he said exactly the same. I won't say what Pecco said about this circuit. You can go and listen to what he has, but I don't think he was painting it in a very good picture, let's say, coming from Mugello, his home Grand Prix, to BalatonPark. Not quite the same layouts. However, from Italy, where Manu Gonzalez was the winner, to Hungary, where Manu Gonzalez is the standout rider so far, with 30 minutes to go on this Friday afternoon. Now over 4/10 clear of Alex Escreech, who has moved himself up into P2. Escreech, of course, unlucky to miss out on a podium charge over at Mugello when he got knocked off by Alonso Lopez, who subsequently had to serve a long lap penalty. But good to see Escreech once again up at the sharp end. Was pretty much so often used to seeing that for Escreech so far this season, and good to see the forward chassis making an appearance up inside that top 5 round once again.
Oh, looking out of space, wasn't he, on the outside of the racetrack in Mugello a week ago. Alonso Lopez certainly picked up his punishment for that, recovered from his long lap penalty to still finish up inside the top 6. It's been a very strong start to the season for Lopez, has to be said. And he's currently in 12th place in this session, but up in the top 10 in the World Championship. 8th he is, half a point shy of 50 for the season. Manu Gonzalez is 4/10 of a second clear at the moment in this afternoon practice session. He's the only rider so far this afternoon, first of the weekend, into the 140s, 140.811 for Manu Gas. That's around 4/10 of a second away from Diogo Moreira's all-time lap record. Gonzalez actually comes here at round 8 of the season with a bigger points lead than he had when he came here last year. Of course, we came here at the end of August back in 2025, and Manu Gonzalez actually arrived here last year with a 19-point World Championship lead. At that time over Aaron Canet, he was 35 points ahead of the eventual champion, Diogo Moreira. He's 34.5 points at the moment clear of his nearest challenger in the World Championship this time, and we've covered it a few times this season. It certainly feels as if we're talking about a much more complete rider this year in Manu Gonzalez. Mugello, really the first weekend that he's grabbed the scruff of the neck and dominated certainly from qualifying on Saturday. I think a brilliant pole position that he took on Saturday when both Guevara and Vietti made mistakes in qualifying and dominated that race from the front. And he certainly looks like a rider that will be very difficult to dislodge from the front of the World Championship. But I don't get the impression from Manu Gonzalez that he's going to potentially get stage fright with the title trophy in sight in the end of the season like maybe did last year.
Yeah, it does feel like that last year was the year where Gonzalez learnt a lot. Obviously, very disappointing then to lose out on the title from a very commanding position to Diogo Moreira, of course, who, let's not take anything away from Moreira, did absolutely brilliant to win the title last year. But Gonzalez also aided Moreira's sort of rise by not getting the performances that Gonzalez would have needed. It was Mugello, I think, his last win last year, before of course he picked up that opening Grand Prix win of the season over in Thailand. He does cut a different figure this year, especially on a Sunday. It feels like does Manu Gonzalez, and yeah, that Mugello performance was flawless. Let's not have it any other way, as flames fire out of the rear end of Barry Bautis' Alex triumph. It was a good result, a good performance, more so than the result, let's say, for Bautis, who climbed his way up from 19th on the grid to finish inside the top 10 in P8. Only 2 top 10s so far this season for Barry Bautis. Not the performance from the Belgian we were expecting so far this season, but that was a bit more like it in terms of a Sunday ride anyway from Bautis. Fingers crossed that's given him a bit more confidence to go into the rest of the season and challenge for podiums and that first win that still eludes the Belgian, who we were fully expecting to be challenging for more of this season in Moto2.
Final mention on Gonzalez. You mentioned his last win of 2025 came in Mugello. His last podium of 2025 actually did ultimately come here, because he got disqualified from one later in the year in Mandalika. His last official podium finish was here at the end of August last year. He is a rider who's looking to try and chase him down in the same way that Diogo Moreira did last season. We're on board now with Ethan Guevara through the left-right chicane of turns 12 and 13, where I think staring directly up at Jacob Ralston, just up ahead of us on the Honda Team Asia bike, and Guevara now sweeping past the 22. Of course, we're familiar with the 12 of Ralston in his Moto3 career. He's gone up by 10 on the rider number for this weekend, and he's now getting a good look at Ethan Guevara, and potentially a good look at the fastest lap of the day so far. And this again will be quite a recovery. A 140.738 for Ethan Guevara. Well, he's on the racetrack and everything's functioning properly. He's pretty quick.
Yeah, we saw that this morning, didn't we? Immediately when he headed out. It wasn't P1 this morning, but he got up inside that top 3. And now he's P1. That's very impressive from Guevara, clearly pushing on, of course, behind Jacob Ralston. Got a bit of traffic as well there, as well with Guevara, so a cleaner run at things. You feel like it might have been a quicker lap time. Gonzalez, not the fastest after the session, but still well within touch of his fastest and the fastest after the session. This is a really strong run from Manu Gonzalez. A little bit of a rear end shake there coming out of turn 1, and he's just pulled out of that lap and understanding, so maybe the rear grip just fading somewhat on those tyres. We're not expecting anywhere near the drop that we experienced over at Mugello, and of course Catalunya, a big one for tyre wear consumption. We're not expecting him similar here, but Gonzalez just a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a warning on the rear end of that Alex, and wisely just sat out of that.
Chelsea Vietti been up to. He's been getting up and close and personal with Aaron Canet there into turn 11, and Vietti wisely decided that that was the fight he needed to pick in a practice session on a Friday afternoon. Vietti is currently in 6th place.
That's the Elf Mark VDS team, of course, looking on. Aaron Canet barely completed half a lap over at the Italian Grand Prix, unfortunately, for the number 44, took out Xabi Jortuza as well. It was good to see Canet holding his hands up, saying, yeah, my fault, and apologies to 02s for taking them out. It's just not a fight really that Canet should have been involved in. No disrespect to 02s, of course. He was stepping in for Jorge Navarro. Now he is riding full time, still learning his trade in Moto2. The same can't be said for Aaron Canet, a multiple race winner in the class, and just not somewhere we expected to see Aaron Canet. Of course, still learning that Boscuro, but should not be anywhere near the back of the field with the rider of his calibre. That's unfortunately where he was in Italy. Hopefully for Canet's sake and the team's sake, he's a little bit further up the field than he was last time out in Mugello, because again, it was a weekend where Canet just said he was not comfortable at all on that Boscuro.
Yeah, some progress certainly in the other side of the box with Denis Lunchu, who I didn't notice until I looked back through the race. He was 22nd at the end of the first lap back in the Italian Grand Prix after he had some contact, or as he put it, he was in a sandwich into turn 4 in the first lap in Mugello, fell sort of 3/4 of the way down to the back of the field, but still rallied to come through and finish inside the top 10, his second top 10 of the season after that 9th place in Buriram, which of course was in a shortened Grand Prix with slightly fewer participants in it as a result of those red flags in the end. So I think you could make a very good case that was Lunchu's best Sunday performance of the season last time out in Mugello. Finally some signs of life and progress in that particular team, because it has been a tough time of it, has to be said, for two riders who are both new to Boscoscoros, or in Canet's case returning to that kind of machinery after his rookie Moto2 season was on that chassis, and of course a team with so much pedigree, so much class in this Moto2 field. You wouldn't expect them to be struggling down in the bottom half of the field for long. They're just too good a team not to find it out and figure it out.
Yeah, too good of a team, and two race winners ultimately in Moto2. Two very, very quick riders, as we know, in Canet and Lunchu. Eventually, they're going to fully figure it out. We've seen Boscoscuro at the top of the championship, P2 in Ethan Guevara, P3 in Celestino Vietti as well. So the chassis isn't a bad one, of course. The two riders are new to the bike. Team rode with Boscoscuro last year as under the Boscuro pits in the form of Ethan Guevara, the table topper. As things stand, does he cut a bit of a happier figure? He holds his arms out there and not sure if he's complaining about something or was happy. Hard to judge from here.
Look at the stopwatch he's done.
Yeah,
it's actually not as bad as you think.
He's shaking his head, so clearly still not that comfortable on the bike, with his crew just telling him, just calm down slightly, you P1 as things stand. But yeah, not a smooth weekend so far for Guevara. Doesn't put a happy figure, unfortunately.
I think it's fair to say too, Al, that Ethan has dropped the ball in the last two qualifying sessions, where Barcelona probably wasn't as competitive as he and we thought he might be after winning in the French Grand Prix. Qualified down in 11th, which he, in fairness, did recover from to finish on the podium. And of course, his haste to get through the field on the first lap and into turn 1 was because he qualified down in 8th place back in Mugello. Of course, a very good podium record Ethan has this season. Only Manny Gonzalez has more podiums than him so far this season. 4 from the first 7 Grand Prix, but he's only actually found himself on the front row of the grid on 2 occasions, and they're actually the only 2 occasions he's qualified on the front 2 rows of a Moto2 grid this season. So if we're being ultra picky for a rider who is having his best Moto2 season so far, you'd say that Saturday afternoons haven't quite been Ethan's strongest discipline so far, and there's further confirmation that he is far from a happy figure despite being P1.
Yeah, 100% the Achilles heel so far this season for Ethan Guevara. There's Sergio Garcia down at turn 1, I believe that is. Yeah, the yellow flags at turn 1 and 2.
Digging a tunnel to Bruno there, isn't he?
Yeah, it does look quite deep, the gravel trap here for Sergio Garcia, who was here last year, replaced Senna Aegis in the Liquid Money Dynabot Intact GP team, and yeah, just getting out of shape. Not the first nor the last time we're going to see a rider just get turn 1 a little bit wrong here at BalatonPark. But yeah, back to Ethan Guevara. Definitely the weakness so far has been qualified on the front row in Thailand, finished second, qualified on pole position in Le Mans, finished first. So yeah, and after Friday, I remember in Mugello, he was saying, look, target in qualifying tomorrow is qualify on the front 2 rows. Qualifying on the front row is difficult, on pole position is even more difficult, but if you can put yourself inside that top 6, which, as you rightly say, Lewis, Guevara's only done on 2 occasions, and on those 2 occasions he finished on the podium. So understandably for Guevara, not going all out for pole position, of course. If you can go for it and you've got the pace, 100%, that is the dream for a Saturday. But qualifying on the top 2 rows is what Guevara is aiming for come tomorrow afternoon.
Just to underline how difficult it is to take pole position in Moto2 nowadays. We've had 7 different pole sitters in the first 7 races of this season. Senna Aegis, Daniel Ricciardo, Barry Baltus, officially, of course it was Alonso in Austin, but that was then handed over to Baltus with the lap times being deleted due to tyre pressure infringements. Colin Vire in Jerez, Guevara himself back in Le Mans, Vietti was on pole in Barcelona, and Manuel Gonzalez, the first rider, or the first pole position for him in 2026, leading to pole in Mugello last time out. As mentioned, this is the 300th Moto2 in Grand Prix this weekend. The record holder for the most pole positions in the Moto2 class, putting you on the spot a bit there, Al. Sam Lowe's indeed, with 20 pole positions in the Moto2 class. 4 clear he is of Tito Rabat, who of course famously used to be a nickname Tiso Rabat, didn't he? Given how often he took pole position back in his Moto2 career. Most wins in a Moto2 in the Moto2 category since it began in 2010. Won't surprise many of you, it's Marc Marquez, who has 16 Moto2 victories to his name. Of course, many of those on his way to the World Championship in 2012. He's one ahead of Johan Zarco, of course, the only repeat champion in Moto2 history, who has 15 to his name. As far as the current grid is concerned, Celestino Vietti and Manuel Gonzalez, the most frequent winners, with 8 apiece in the Moto2 class. And of course, as far as podiums are concerned, by far and away the most frequent podium finisher in Moto2 history of the current grid, that is Aaron Canet, who's visited the podium on 34 occasions. Thomas Luthi was the record in Moto2 for the most podiums, 53 podiums. So basically, of course, his Moto2 career finished over a couple of years ago, but even now, Thomas Luthi, 1 in every 6 Moto2 races, essentially. Luthi was still on the podium of, and of course he's still very much a prominent figure in this Moto2 category, in the corner of the current leader, Manuel Gonzalez.
Yeah, you're asking not too many better people to be in your corner, are you, if you're Manuel Gonzalez and Senna Aegis, of course, to have Tom Luthi in your corner. Knows a thing or two about the finish on a podium, as Lewis rightly mentions. I didn't know, obviously, the specific maths of 1 in 6 when you put it like that. That is a truly impressive record for Tom Luthi, and there's obviously some fast names that have won the title, won races in Moto2, and we're seeing more of the same again this year. A fascinating class, and yeah, for it to reach 300, it sounds like a lot, but also doesn't sound like a lot at the same time as well. Yeah, a milestone weekend for the class that I heard Marc Marquez saying yesterday is the toughest class in motorcycle Grand Prix racing. He said the step up from Moto3 to Moto2 is bigger than the step up that he felt anyway, and I've heard more riders say this as well, from Moto2 into MotoGP, and that's why the rookies from last year, I'm thinking of Alonso and Delgado mainly, of course, who won races. That's why sometimes it's easy to be too harsh on the rookies who come up into the class. It's a massive jump. We know it's a big jump, but a lot of the riders, and when the 7-time world champion and Moto2 world champion, of course, as well, is saying that the jump from Moto3 to Moto2 is bigger than the jump from Moto2 to MotoGP. Yeah, you've got to sort of stand up and listen and give the rookies a little bit more time to take in, of course, as well. They're not stupid, know a little bit more than us talking about it, and of course the fans at home. But for the likes of Angel Taqueras, Jose Antonio Rueda, Taifur Sato, Luca Neto have all moved up this year. I think it's, you've got to stand back and maybe look at the bigger picture and say, yeah, fair enough. We're used to seeing them at the front in Moto3, but it takes a little bit longer to do that in Moto2. And if you do that straight away in Moto2, then you're pretty special.
Shout out to one of the rookies, actually, Jose Antonio Rueda is currently up in 13th place. He's put in a 1:41.515, just 3/4 of a second off the pace. He is the leading rookie at the moment in this session. 1 place ahead of Alberto Ferrandez, who we've touched upon already. He's still at the moment on course for Q2. As far as the other rookies are concerned, we've got Luca Lunetta in 18th place on the Speed RS Boscoscuro. Furasato's 23rd at the moment, 1.4 off the pace, and Angel Piqueras on his return to action. He's understandably second from the bottom of the timing screens. Difficult to really have any sort of expectations for Piqueras given the severity of the injury he's returning from. It's all about just building blocks, I guess, for Piqueras at the moment, and he is doing a pretty solid job, it has to be said. A 1:43.101 for Piqueras in this afternoon session, so he's improved by 9/10 of a second on what he did earlier on today.
Yeah, exactly that for Piqueras. Zero expectations. I'll try and go speak to the team tomorrow to see exactly how Angel Piqueras is feeling ahead of qualifying or in qualifying. Of course, expecting Piqueras to be in Q1, but all about getting some mileage back in the belt, getting some bike fitness, of course. We did see him training on a motorcycle before coming here, which is obviously understandable. It's what you want to be doing before hopping back on a Moto2 Grand Prix machine, but nothing like a weekend on the motorcycle, get some fitness back, head home, weekend off before going again for the double header that's coming up over in Brno and then Assen. So yeah, fingers crossed Piqueras just gets through the weekend nice and easily, unscathed, and we'll be seeing more of what we are hoping to see of Piqueras, just like we did over in Austin before that lap crash involving Alberto Fernandez, and of course a few others as well. Adrian Huertas improves. We're getting down to the business end of the session here in practice, aren't we? Adrian Huertas had a very good weekend here last year, actually. P7 from 12th on the grid, his best Moto2 result so far. Not seen too much of the number 99 so far this season. Of course, teammate to the eventual world champion last year, and sticking with it, Altrans this year as well. So fingers crossed we can see much more of what we saw from Huertas at the Hungarian Grand Prix last year, coming into this year as well.
His last three qualifyings don't exactly inspire confidence. 27th, 26th, 26th his last three qualifyings, although he says they found a big step for this Sunday in Mugello, and it was reflected in his results. He came through to 12th place in the end, which actually does equal his best race result of the season so far. So potentially Huertas may well have turned the corner in Mugello. This weekend will give us, I guess, further evidence whether he has or he hasn't. Currently in 18th place in this session, just a second off the pace. The riders who need to find something in these final 12 minutes, well, chief among them is David Alonso, last year's Hungarian Grand Prix winner in 15th place. Alonso Lopez currently in 16th. It would be a surprise to see Lopez in qualifying one. Haven't seen him in Q1 since the season opener in Buriram. He's been automatic Q2 in every race since then. We've got, who else should we be expecting to move up the order? Joe Roberts must surely be one. 25th he is at the moment, 1.7 seconds off the pace, although Roberts didn't exactly enjoy his first visit to Balaton here last year when he finished down in 19th place. But a major gulf at the moment between the two American racing riders. Salach is in 5th on 1:41.1. Joe Roberts 1.3 seconds behind his teammate over one lap at the moment, and that amounts to 20 places.
Right on cue. Here they are, flying formation for the OnlyFans American Race Team. Understandably so, Roberts chasing Philip Salach. We know that they get on very well. I think it was after the America's Grand Prix it was when Philip Salach headed over to California, of course, where Joe Roberts is from. They've spent a week training hard together and enjoying themselves over in that part of the world, but Salach has bedded himself in really well, and speaking to the team, that's exactly the case. The harmony between the two is very, very good, and there's a great atmosphere down there. But yeah, Roberts will be wanting a little bit more, especially in this session, and following his teammate who was up inside that top 5 isn't a bad thing to do, of course. So we'll see how Roberts gets on in the final 11 minutes. Alberto Fernandez is definitely deciding that Manu Gonzalez is the rider to chase, because as we saw earlier on in the session, Fernandez is just tucked up behind the number 18 once again, and to be fair, it's not a bad tactic.
Out of the Blue Crew Primacy, we're just saying, go out there and annoy him. Go out and annoy him, fans championship.
Also a good point.
More likely, I think your theory is the correct one for Alberto Fernandez.
I prefer your theory.
Yeah, it makes a better story, doesn't it? Fernandez at the moment in Q2 anyway, in 14th place, so you can argue he doesn't really need a tow around this BalatonPark circuit at the moment to reach Q2. But keep an eye, by the way, on the American racing teammates. Salach could be about to go into the top 3 with this, but he's dropped his teammate, has to be said. He's already 7/10 up on Joe Roberts at the same time on the same lap, and you'll notice the gap has opened up between them. There's Roberts in the back of the picture as Salach does indeed go up into the top 3 on a 1:40.8. Roberts' improvement does come down to a 41.7, but he still needs more if he's to make Q2.
Salah looks good on that motorcycle, doesn't he? Unfortunately for Joe Roberts, not quite able to keep tabs on his teammate clearly, and as the results have shown in the last few Grand Prix, that Salah is feeling a lot more comfortable on that Kalex than his more experienced teammates in that team. Joe Roberts, Colin Vire on a good lap. He's just come through the fast kink of turn 8. This is turn 9. You quickly move into turn 10 before the top end of the circuit is turn 11. Colin Vire has made up some good time compared to Ethan Guevara's time, of course, on the soft tyres. Time attack mode well and truly on now, and the Dutchman is going well here.
Yeah, who else is putting in some good sector times? We've got Piqueras looking to improve down at the back of the field as we now follow Vire through the next chicane. This is turns 12 and 13, around the left of 14, where it sort of looks like a bit of a kink and a gentle curve on the track map, but it actually demands a little bit more attention than that. 15 is negotiated. Now 2 left-handers to go, 16 and 17. His teammate Jose Antonio Rueda nicely out of the way, and will hope to pick up some pointers from the 95, who might be about to set the fastest lap time of the day. He does indeed, a 140.697, and puts Vire on top.
Sanchez's time has gone in that third split, and Jose Antonio Rueda then slots in behind his teammate Colin Vire. That's Nicky Io in the team watching on. This is Philip Salas. Nothing's going to come of this lap, but it might do for Joe Roberts. An improvement this time around for the American centre ages. Watch out for him. He was threatening to go P1, still might, but also a little bit of time there, and Roberts does make up time. Just P14 for now is enough, but with 8 minutes to go, it's all going to change, you feel, and Roberts will probably have to improve that time if he wants to make it into Q2 automatically tomorrow afternoon.
Here comes Centre Aegis, third sector that wasn't good enough to match Vire, but overall over the lap he's within a tenth of a second of the young Dutchman. Aegis now up into third place. His teammate Manu Gonzalez is now out there on a fresh trial, looking to try and regain his supremacy, and it's not coming easy for Manu Gonzalez on this current lap. He's in touch, but at the moment not a match for Vire.
Garcia then demotes Roberts outside of the top 14. Alonso Lopez jumps up to then demote his teammates outside of the top 14, and now, as you can see, the rider at risk on the cut is Jose Antonio Rueda. What is Rueda currently doing? He's on a personal best lap time. He is following Colin Vire as well, 2 tenths off, as you can see there on the bottom of your screens. Manu Gonzalez, though, does go P1, so he was threatening it. Wasn't the red sectors that we've become accustomed to seeing so far this weekend for Gonzalez, but at the end of the lap he does rise to P1 by nearest makes a difference, 2 tenths of a second.
All in the fourth sector for Manu Gonzalez, super strong in the fourth sector. He was fastest through the fourth sector this morning, and bizarrely that was the only sector this morning that Manu Gonzalez was fastest in. He wasn't top in any of the first 3 sectors, but he did a lot of his damage in that particular part of the lap, as Ivan Artola is looking to do the same, and he won't be too far away from a new all-time lap record here. Well, Ivan Artola, of course, it's only the second time we've come here, so I guess we should expect the lap record to come under threat. And Ivan Artola, who has shown the potential to be on the podium in Mugello, ultimately wasn't fueled up for it. He had a poor final sector, which means he stays down in 6th place. Once again, potential, not the result.
Yeah, a little bit of head nod there from Artola. I think clearly frustrated with whatever happened in that final sector, potentially just running slightly deep into turn 15. We've often seen that on our 2 visits to BalatonPark. Tony Arbelin, and that's more like it from Tiger Tony, up inside the top 10. Teammates Barry Bautus is in P13, so work to do for the Belgian in the final 6 minutes to make sure he's safe. And I was going to mention David Alonso outside of the top 14 in P18, a huge lap coming in from Alonso, because as we mentioned earlier on all weekend so far on Friday, this is a massive Grand Prix, you feel, for Alonso to really ignite his title charge and top 3 hopes at least in the championship. Race winner here last year, of course, and so far it's a really good lap.
Danny Munoz has just got up into third place on the Ital Challenge Kalex. He's found the 140.7. I think if you're in the 140s, you're fairly safe of a place in Q2 here. At the moment, a 141.279 for Alex Escridge has him right on the edge in 14th place. Left, right and left for Daniel Holgado, and now left through the final corner. Up ahead of him is Ethan Pilar. He will come across the line first as he looks to climb up from 4th. He doesn't, but it is an improved time. Holgado now demoted to 5th with a 140.7. He takes 3rd, and David Alonso on the 2nd of the Aspar machines. He now takes 6th place and safeguards his place in Q2.
Yeah, pretty much safe and sound now for the Aspar duo inside that top 6. A good lap time coming in for Alonso. Won't like being pretty much 3 tenths away from Manu Gonzalez, but a very good lap for Alonso, an even better one for Philipp Salah. Top job from the Czech rider. We've sung his praises so far this weekend and in the last couple of Grand Prix as well, and we will continue to do so. Philipp Salah less than a tenth away now from Gonzalez.
So we've now got Canet has been bumped out. He's now 15th. It's Sasaki Escreech, Roberts, Lopez outside the top 14. Lopez would arguably be the big surprise. Him and Escreech, if they miss out on the top 14, which is where they're heading at the moment. Personal best for Bautas. He's inside the top 10. As Lopez is closing in on a lap which might lift him back in. He's currently 20th on a 1:41.374. The 21 is attacking the line now, and he climbs 5 places, but 1 short of Q2.
Yeah, surprising to see the number 21 outside of the top 14. We haven't seen that too often so far this season. On a Friday, we've only seen it once over in Thailand. Manu Gonzalez moved the goalpost even further. And is that an all-time lap record? Yes, it is.
By 4 thousandths of a second, he betters Diogo Moreira's lap from a year ago. New lap record for Manu Gonzalez, and he's now a tenth and a half clear once again of Philipp Salah. And for all the riders we've seen today who've been able to do the odd fast lap, it seems only Manu Gonzalez who can do several of them.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming pretty easy for Gonzalez, isn't it? Not coming quite as easy for Joe Roberts. Just sat out of that one, placed himself behind Jacob Ralston. Ralston P27, now 1 place ahead of Angel Piqueras and less than 2 seconds away, from the top time. So a good job from the young Australian.
It's a really good job, 1:42.305. He's 4 tenths of a second or so behind the likes of Lanetta and Zuratuza, who are both new to life in Moto2. As we see this gaggle of riders making their way into the final chicane, and we're picking up a Escreech, who is down in 18th place, but this is going to lift him way up the order. He and Arbolino both on pretty solid laps at the moment, which could potentially bump Celestino Vietti, who's in the pits, and 13th place. Vietti is now clinging on in P14 as Escreech moves up into 4th place. Arbolino's in 11th, and if there aren't any problems down there at Speed RS, they might be well served to send Chele back out there.
Yeah, strange to see Vietti in the pits, and now he's P14. I'm just glancing down at the times and seeing who could be challenging. Gonzalez is challenging to go even better here. Not going to affect Celestino Vietti, maybe mentally though, when he sees one of his title rivals, the chief of those, going even quicker, and a brand new all-time lap record after he just set a 1 on the previous lap time. He moved the goalpost even further, a 1:40.229. Gonzalez is on fire here at BalatonPark.
1:40s for fun for the World Championship leader. 3:10s is a serious advantage around a circuit like this, as Aaron Canet is the rider taking aim at Celestino Vietti's P14. We're keeping an eye on our timing screens for Vietti. He is still in the pits, and we've only got 2 minutes of the session remaining, and the yellow flags are coming out. Those won't save Celestino Vietti, because they're out at turns 7 and 8. A crash for someone through that particular part of the race. So Canet does bump Vietti out. Aaron Canet into 14th place on a 1:41.124, and with Celestino Vietti currently sat in the pits, he's heading for Q1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not really got time now. In fact, he hasn't got time, and that is Piqueras, it looks like, unfortunately, who has crashed at the very quick turn 7, and thankfully he is up on his feet. We know, and you guys know as well, the turmoils of injury that Piqueras has gone through so far this season. Returns this weekend. Was saying earlier on that hopefully he gets through it unscathed. He looks a little bit beaten up there and limping away. That's due to not only the crash, but of course the injury he is still having, and that goes early. Piqueras all sorts of out of shape going into turn 7. A barrel roll through the gravel trap as well. A heavy crash for Piqueras.
His left leg and ankle slapping down on the gravel trap as he was tumbling through the gravel there. I was about to say, well, fortunately he crashed in a right-hander and not on the left, because that's the leg that he's injured. But yeah, a few painful slaps onto the tarmac there for Piqueras. So relieved that he's up on his feet, because I have to say, it might not necessarily stand out, but for Piqueras to be just 1.3 seconds off the pace on his first day back, that's a heck of a performance. And Celestino Vietti hiding his face from the cameras with that mop of dark hair he's got on his head, and he's got an extra 15 minutes work coming tomorrow.
Yeah, another advantage to those lustrous locks for Celestino Vietti. Not that he'll care at this moment in time, though. He is heading for Q1. Bit of drama then for the rider who finished a brilliant second place last time out. Alonso P P10 should be safe, but he's going to ensure that he's heading straight into Q2 with this lap. Surely, if he doesn't lose time in the final split, he loses a little bit to Gonzalez, but still rises to P2 and bridges the gap.
And Rueda's taken 14.connect, the Moto3 world champion. Jose Antonio Rueda, he's now in the 140s with a 140.969. He's not there yet, but as it stands with the checkered flag waving, Rueda potentially on course for his first automatic place in qualifying 2.
Yeah, who's in danger of maybe knocking Jose Antonio Rueda and maybe a couple of riders out? Barry Baltus is in P12 in danger at this moment in time. One of them is on Van der Gorberg on your screens. Currently 6/10 away and a little bit more on this lap. If he can hold that to the line and not lose too much more time, then he will rise into that top 14. Checkered flag is out for Zonta Van der Gorberg and just loses time in that final split, P16 for the Dutchman.
Yeah, we can only assume, or we'll find out later on, of course, we can only assume that there were some problems down at Speed RS for Chelsea Vietti. There's no way, surely, he'd be sitting in the pits in the last few minutes watching himself get knocked out intentionally as Munoz improves. Good afternoon for him in 4th place. Good afternoon too for this young man, the rookie Ferrandez, who is still locked onto the rear tyre of Manu Gonzalez, and it's worked a treat for him.
Certainly has. He's clearly happy with that as well. Gives himself a nice chest bump, and rightly so too. Okay, you've got to chase in the session leader, but you still got to stick with him and gives him a nice yeah, cheers mate for that one. Certainly on the Christmas card list is Manu Gonzalez for Alberto Ferrandez at this stage of the season, but you still got to put the lap in, so good job from Ferrandez to finish inside that top 5 in practice.
He's the top Boscoscuro today, is Alberto Ferrandez, as we've had a late lap coming from Rueda just to settle any arguments in 14th place. Didn't need to improve, but he did anyway. He's through to Q2, so a double for Manu Gonzalez on day 1 in BalatonPark, and he looks the red-hot favourite to complete a hat-trick of victories. Look how cool and collected he is on fallback. How sees himself on the big screen, and he'll like what he sees. A new all-time lap record for the World Championship leader. With his nearest championship rival, Ethan Cavara, quick in patches today, but ultimately down in 11th place. And the next nearest contender, Celestino Vietti, heading for qualifying 1. Manu Gonzalez could have scripted this opening day in Hungary. It would have gone a little bit like that.
Yeah, exactly so. He never struck me as a rider lacking confidence. Has not always been the fastest rider out there. Certainly has been on a lot of occasions this year, but judging from that little gesture at the end of the session to the on-board camera facing him, he's a rider that certainly enjoyed himself here on Friday at BalatonPark, and a marker laid down to the rest of the competition to say he is again the rider to beat this weekend. But a better day at the office, got to be said for David Alonso. Not always on a Friday we've seen Alonso challenging Manu Gonzalez and inside that top 5, but a good late lap there from Alonso to mean he is the closest challenger to Gonzalez as things stand.
As he was this morning too, second in both sessions today for David Alonso, and Celestino Vietti did a 41.290 this morning in FP1. He only improved by a tenth of a second this afternoon and paid the price for that. The price is a place in qualifying 1. Certainly food for thought for Ethan Cavara today. He was through to Q2, but certainly it would appear from his body language that far from a happy chap today. As the rider second in the World Championship, as the debrief it doesn't begin, it's in full flow down there at Speed RS. Vietti down in 18th place, having been third quickest this morning, and clearly issues with his bike which kept him in the pits for those crucial final minutes of practice. Manu Gonzalez though, top in both sessions today. The World Championship leader continues to flex his muscles. David Alonso second in both sessions today and looks the likeliest threat to Gonzalez this weekend. Philip Salac third, another fine day for the Czech ahead of Danny Munoz, and the top Boscoscuro today, Alberto Ferrandez for Pramac. Avaya sixth ahead of Escrich, Holgado, Aegis and Ortola. Ethan Cavara is in 11th place, the other Boscoscuro to advance to Q2. Arbolino and Baltus, who were both in Q1 a week ago, they're both in Q2 this time for Fantic, and the last place taken for the first time, automatic Q2 for Jose Antonio Rueda. The big shock, the big story though, outside of Gonzalez's dominance today in Moto2, is that Celestino Vietti, third in the World Championship, he's heading for qualifying 1 for the first time this year. Manu Gonzalez then, your dominant pace setter, the World Championship leader on top in both sessions at BalatonPark. We will count down to the crucial 1 hour MotoGP practice session in just a moment.
only the fourth time since 1990 MotoGP hits Hungary and the shores of Lake Balaton for round 8 of 22, just under 90 kilometres from beautiful Budapest. BalatonPark joined the calendar last season as Marc Marquez blasted to a pole position, sprint and Grand Prix win treble. The quest for Q2 spots comes up next live. It's time for MotoGP. So BalatonPark set to host just the fourth ever Grand Prix of Hungary, the first one back in 1990, followed by 1992, both at the Hungaroring, and of course our most recent venture to this part of Europe last August, in actual fact, with Marc Marquez dominated proceedings on his way to a 7th MotoGP World Championship. It is very tight, it is pretty slow, and it's pretty technical in places as well, particularly through some of these chicane sections. 9 and 10, 12 and 13, the final of 3 chicanes takes you through 15 and 16 to the tight left-hander of 17 to complete the 4-kilometre lap here in Hungary. Good afternoon and welcome back to what feels like a slightly cooler and certainly a windier, but at the moment dry BalatonPark circuit here in Hungary. As you can see, these are live pictures as we look down the start-finish straight. You know, those flags getting a bit of a buffeting now as the wind has clearly picked up after this morning's opening action in our Chapter 8 of 22 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. We are neighbouring Lake Balaton, holiday hotspot for so many Eastern Europeans. It was hot laps over the order day for reigning world champion Marc Marquez in the opening 45-minute FP1 session this morning, because for the first time since this Grand Prix in late August in 2025, the factory Ducati star actually led proceedings at the end of our opening practice session, all courtesy of a 138.626 on the 33-year-old Spaniard. One of only 3 riders this morning that managed laps in the 138 bracket. Joining in was Raul Fernandez on the Superfar Trackhouse of Aprilia. Best ever start to a MotoGP weekend for Raul Fernandez for the second time in MotoGP. He's been inside the top 3 in FP1. Good morning for all the Spaniards as well, with Pedro Acosta, who was on the box in the main Grand Prix hit last year's 3rd fastest for the factory KTM team, and Fermin Aldeguer, who really is starting to find his pace and more importantly his confidence on that Ducati GP25. Well, he was 4th fastest. 4 Spaniards inside the top 4. Fabio Di Gianantonio, the lead Ducati Championship, well, he was 5th out of Pecco Bagnaia. And our World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi was 9th quickest on the factory Aprilia, fresh off the back of the best win and the best day of his life and his career. Your Italian Grand Prix winner in Mugello just a few days ago. Bezzecchi did play this morning almost 3/4 of a second behind Marc Marquez, who was your leader. Practice coming your way, 60 minutes to determine who will be the top 10 going directly through to tomorrow morning's Q2 session in the company of Matt Barrett, Lewis Sutherby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. We knew, Lewis, that Marc Marquez was going to be strong, come what may. Come how strong he is with that recovering right shoulder, because it's an anti-clockwise track. He did the win double here last year, but was it still nevertheless something of a surprise to see Marc at the top of the standings this morning?
A little bit, particularly given that some went for brand new tyres late in the session, several went for a brand new front tyre, and also, as you can see on the screens, it's been quite a while since we've been able to say this about Marc Marquez, since the last time he came here and we came here in August of last year. But Marc Marquez has topped pre-practice 1. He won't be getting ahead of himself at this stage. He won't be getting excited. You don't win 99 Grand Prix if you get all giddy by topping practice 1, but certainly surely it must give him a little bit of optimism for his prospects for the weekend ahead. But we shouldn't forget that Ducati weren't super strong on Friday in Mugello, and then the Aprilias took over for Saturday and Sunday. So Marc knows that topping practice 1 is no guarantee of Sunday's success yet.
Hard to believe it's now 12 Grand Prix, all the way back to Pecco Bagnaia's Motegi success in Japan last September. The last time a factory Ducati rider was victorious in the MotoGP World Championship. Jorge Martin, well, that's an injury-ravaged 2025 campaign. BalatonPark was actually his best weekend of 2025. An outstanding job he did in the main Grand Prix on Sunday. fighting his way through from 16th to 4th place. Martin, a little bit like his teammate Bezzecchi this morning, was steady away rather than spectacular away for the rider. Second in the World Championship, 17 points he is down on Bezzecchi coming into this round 8. Martin was 12th quickest, his best all mid 1:39. He did that actually on his last lap, 19 laps completed by the Martinator this morning, left him just under a second behind Marc Marquez.
Well, the 73s are still on the backdrops and on the chairs in the Gresini box, but it's 27 on the front of the bike this weekend of Iker Lecuona, who in the last couple of months has actually been on podiums here, 3 second places, which he's pretty much exclusively dealing with at the moment in the World Superbike Championship behind Nicolo Bulega. Lecuona 21st at the end of practice this morning, 2 seconds off the pace of Marc Marquez, and the Alex Marquez recovery is continuing to gather momentum. Step by step he takes it, as we hope to see this 73 back on a MotoGP track in a Gresini Ducati in the near future.
He hopes, or his target was, and all the signs positive, that he'll be back for our next Grand Prix, the Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno in a couple of weeks' time. Marc Marquez spoke in the pre-event press conference yesterday about Alex's ongoing rehabilitation from that horrendous crash he had in Barcelona a few weeks ago. He says that we're now at the point where we're having to hold Alex back, which is a real good sign that he's chomping at the bit to get back into MotoGP action. So yeah, we've passed on our best wishes for the continuing rapid recovery for Alex Marquez. Likewise, Johan Zarco. Cal Crutchlow is back once again for the absent Frenchman. Cal had a bit of a play, didn't he, on the LCR Honda last weekend over in Mugello. Ralph Fernandez, their best ever Friday morning he's had in the GP World Championship. Impressive actually, you have to say, by Fernandez. Is 1:38.795 this morning as he sports a special World Cup helmet. At the moment you can only experience every 4 years.
I like some of the little motifs at the back of the helmet as well, including the Zinedine Zidane headbutt on there as well.
yeah. I'm not sure too many French fans will be appreciating that one. But at 1:38.795, Fernandez second. I have to say that was a pretty impressive bounce back from the bitter disappointment of Sunday in Mugello, Lewis, where he let clearly a podium, maybe even better, slip through his fingers in that Italian Grand Prix.
Within 100, 200 metres or so of leading the start line, it had all gone wrong for Raul Fernandez, and demonstrated with the pace he had from that point on in the race that had he stayed at the front at the end of the first lap, he might well have been there for the finish. You might well have seen another All-Aprilia podium. Pedro Acosta, who was fast out of the blocks first thing this morning, was ultimately shuffled down to 3rd place behind Marquez and Fernandez. We certainly know from last year that Pedro Acosta certainly would appear to have gelled pretty quickly with BalatonPark. It's the kind of circuit where you can imagine Pedro Acosta hustling that KTM round to a lofty result. 3rd this morning, and certainly a rider we need to be watching closely this afternoon.
6 in Mugello, 4 top 6 so far this season for the 22-year-old Spaniard. No podium though in the last 4 Grand Prix. He's going to try and rectify that situation. Kota, that 3rd place over in Austin, feels like a long time ago. Well, we are neighbouring the vast body of water that is Lake Balaton. Some of the local wildlife enjoying a little afternoon here in early June, a busy June coming up, of course. 3 Grand Prix. We head to Brno in a couple of weeks' time, a busy month as it always is. At the end of June, completed by a visit, a traditional end of June visit to the Dutch TT in Assen. But this is the ride, and that's the motorcycle that they're all chasing so far this weekend in Balaton, which was the story of the Grand Prix of Hungary in 2025. Was the double win here last year was one of 10 doubles that Marc Marquez captured on his way to capturing that 7th MotoGP World Championship.
Some of the intricacies there on the rear tail aero of the factory Ducati, a lot of it masterminded by that man Gigi Dall'Igna. Because the game is constantly evolving, they're constantly in the pursuit of any small marginal gain that they can find on these MotoGP bikes, which are coming toward the end of their particular shelf life, with the change of regulations to come for next season and the shift to 850cc bikes, to Pirelli tyres, the removal of ride height devices for next season. But they are still spending thousands, millions of euros, putting some of the finest brains in engineering to the test to try and bring tenths of a second to these MotoGP machines.
Practice underway. They're just wondering whether, in the fact that it's a bit grey and gloomy, the wind now it's clearly picked up whether somebody might go for an early timer attack here, just to maybe get a marker in, get a banker in, just in case there is any rain intervention towards the end of the session. I'm going to quick look at my weather apps on my phone, which have a tendency to be rather inaccurate. And there are, according to my weather app, it's not going to rain this afternoon, but maybe just want to avoid the risk of maybe getting an early bank, because we follow Marc Marquez out of pit lane. A very tight first corner. Going to have to be cautious there. You might have just seen there the difference in tarmac. There's a new ribbon of tarmac at turn 1 and at turn 6, just to correct some rather bumpy sections around this BalatonPark circuit. They were resurfaced immediately after the recent World Superbike round. It's now one of the faster parts of this BalatonPark circuit. There's not too many of them. It's very, very tight, very, very twisty. I think the MotoGP riders, they're in 6th gear around this Grand Prix of Hungary venue for less than 5 seconds, maybe briefly down that sort of back straight, and then very, very briefly as you run down the start-finish straight, which measures just under 700 metres in length.
Yeah, the official weather forecast that was sent out by IRTA just before this afternoon's action got underway says that it's an 8% rainfall probability for the session. I think what's going to play the bigger factor in this session is the wind. It's changed direction completely from when the MotoGP riders were out first thing this morning. It's now a tailwind down the main straight, so potentially difficult to get yourself stopped into turn 1. Of course, the main straight and then the straight from turn 4 to turn 5, they run parallel alongside each other but in different directions, so there'll be a tailwind pushing you into the corner in this first hairpin, first braking zone, and straight away one of the KTM's going slightly wide. There'll then be a tailwind in your face into turn 5, and then a crosswind when you're going through those tricky right-handers through the second sector, turn 7 and 8.
Top front Razgat Lioglu there, we saw him have his best Friday so far in the MotoGP World Championship. He promised top 10s this weekend, or the threat of the top 10, given the fact that he came here last year in World Superbikes and cleaned up with 3 victories in race 1, the Super Bowl race and race 2, and he was true to his word this morning. A pretty impressive 1:39.398 from the turn. It did indeed get himself into that top 10. He was desperate to repeat that this afternoon and work himself a place into Q2 for just the second time. He has been there previously once this season, and our second Grand Prix in Goiânia.
Rins we're watching now on the factory Yamaha. Of course, he was the star of Friday a week ago when he got himself and the factory Yamaha into qualifying 2. That was about as good as it got ultimately that weekend for the Yamahas as a whole. Potentially, it might be Top Rack that we have to watch closely as their likeliest Q2 participant this afternoon. He was the top Yamaha's weighing 10th. Fabio Quartararo was 11th, although he, unlikely for him, did go for brand new rubber late in the FP1. That is not usually the Quartararo pre-practice 1 strategy, but in the end, not even that could get him ahead of Top Rack in the battle for Yamaha runners this morning.
A bit of a hash of the final 1 of 3 chicanes here in Balaton is Fabio Antonio. And it's decelerating. You come through the sort of high speed 14 5th gear, 270 odd kilometers an hour, then you're back 3 gears to the tight second gear, 85 from power entry into turn 15. Easy to get caught out there. We saw Vinales make a late mistake there. He was on for a PB lap this morning. No major issues for Fabio Antonio, who has had now 8 successive top 6 finishes. He scored points in his last 14 Grand Prix as Fabio Antonio, so quite brilliantly he's marrying speed and consistency, and that's the big reason, a big factor why he comes into this round 8 as the top of the category standings and the closest challenger to a pretty dominant Bezzecchi and Martin.
Diogo Moreira here on screen, he had a pretty strong morning, has to be said. 13th he was in the end, but he was up inside the top 4 for much of the first half of that session before we saw riders putting in some fresh tyres and just generally making improvements as we went through the morning. Moreira, who until around half an hour ago was the Moto2 lap record holder around this circuit, but he finished a very close second here last year to David Alonso, and arriving here on the back of being Honda's leading light for the first time in his rookie season. And he looked it through much of the weekend, didn't he, in Mugello.
Trying to steady what's been a rocky ship of late is the rider we're looking at on screen today, Bastianini. No points in the last 2 rounds for the 28-year-old Italian, although he did come here last year and qualified 4th, which is still his best KTM qualifying performance. The problem was having come off the back of a double DNF in front of his home crowd in Mugello. It was ultimately a double DNF here in Balaton last year as well. He was sort of made contact, or Fabio Quartararo made contact with an air right here at the start of the sprint, and then he then went on to wallop another Frenchman, Jones Arc, on lap one, got a double long lap for the main Grand Prix, and then crashed out on the very first lap. So not particularly happy memories of Balaton race-wise as far as Bastianini is concerned. Still nothing to dispel this strong rumour that he is super far trackhouse are pretty abound in 2027. That one looks like it's all done, just spar the pen to paper.
P1 bound is Fermin Aldeguer, it would appear, coming through the final corner, and it's a 1:38.463. That is now already the fastest lap time of the day for Fermin Aldeguer, and he's put some 0.4 of a second into Pedro Acosta. Of course, the talk in the first part of the season has been dominated by injury for Fermin Aldeguer. That looks to be firmly behind him now, and he's starting to show the kind of form that many would have expected when he ended last season in such fine form.
Just here, there, just the sort of slow speed that Acosta is having to carry through one of those chicanes. It is what we have gone literally in the space of a week from the fastest Grand Prix racetrack, not just on the current time, the fastest Grand Prix racetrack in history, as the Aprilias blitz through the speed guns at around 370 kilometres an hour. This is a completely different ball game because the riders are barely making 300 clicks than what is the short start finish. In fact, bang on, exactly 300 kilometres an hour. We've seen Bastianini and Bezzecchi charge through the speed gun here this weekend. So yeah, we're about 70 clicks down on where we were reaching in Mugello last weekend, as Acosta thinks better of it, rather than committing behind Luca Marini into that first corner. Just rolled out of it and released the brakes.
Just had a face full of factory Honda there when we were on board with Acosta, who has cut the gap on Fermin Aldeguer down to just over a 1/10 of a second as we now ride on board with the world champion. Marc Marquez potentially chasing his first 1:38 of the afternoon. Doesn't do that at 39.5. He stays in third place. Marc Marquez, we discussed this morning, his formidable anti-clockwise circuit record, of which this certainly falls into that category. I think not so much his record through left-handed corners. I think the fact that it's predominantly left-handed will certainly help Marc Marquez from a physical point of view this weekend, given it's his right shoulder that he's trying to build strength up in.
46% of Marquez's MotoGP victories have come on anti-clockwise circuits, which just shows how much the predominantly left-handed tracks play to his dirt track background. 9 wins at the Sachsenring, 7 wins at Aragon, 7 wins at Austin. And of course, he was utterly dominant here a few months ago. He won the MotoGP race here by over 4 seconds. This is more like it from Marco Bezzecchi. This is what we come to expect from Aprilia. They just get better and better and stronger, don't they, as the weekend progresses. A 38.463 is the time that they're chasing. Into the final chicane then goes Bez. This is 15 and 16. Makes a mistake though, charging in hot into that final chicane. That's going to cost him a chance to wrestle top spot away from Aldeguer. Let's just see where this lap potentially might take Bez up into fifth. So, well, we saw there, he lost, about 7/10 of a second with that crucial error into that final split.
So easy to do that. It's not a sort of straight up and down braking. You're on the left-hand side. There's the wind that you can see that's going to be buffeting these riders around. You can see top left, 20 km/h wind to around about 12 miles an hour at its fastest. And as mentioned, that's pushing the riders into the first corner. In terms of turn 15, it's largely a crosswind for them through there. So I'm not so sure Toprak and the technician, should I say, can necessarily blame that one for his error into turn 15. Aldeguer has improved yet again. Strong start to the afternoon for the 54. 1:38.162 now. He's extended his lead back out to 4/10 over Acosta.
Strong start all round for Aldeguer. His best FP1 this morning since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang. He's one to watch. He is coming back to the front-running game, isn't he, in MotoGP right now. This then is the final corner. Jerome will try and keep pace with Jorge Martin, which is not an easy task, particularly when he's firing in a 1:38.610. The Martinator then working his way back inside that top three. Luca Marini is fourth, mentioned this morning. Want to watch his Marini, 28-year-old Italian. Last year here was his best ever weekend for a Honda. 17 points he collected across the sprint and the Grand Prix. A very rare double top 6 at the end of the Grand Prix of Hungary last year. That was for Marini. Having another stab at top spot goes Bezzecchi's on the work this time around for him. Once again, he's super quick in the first half of this lap, isn't he? Just the time running away from him in sector 3 this time around. It is a BB lap though from Bez. That's a 1:38.645. We just saw the tail end of, which has moved him up to 4th.
Yeah, this time it's his third sector that he got all wrong. If he could string his first 4 sectors together, he'd probably be somewhere near Fomin Aldeguer at the moment. He is on the medium rear tyre, is Bezzecchi at the moment. Aldeguer is out there currently on the soft rear tyre, so that may account for some of the reason he's 4/10 of a second clear, but certainly not all of it. He's clearly going well. Someone else who is going well is Toprak Razgatlioglu, who has just got up into the top 6 on the Pramac Yamaha 1:38.891.
Pekka Bagnaia was strong this morning. Team 6 at the end of the session for Pekka, but he's had his early woes so far this afternoon. Stuck down in 20th place. One of only 5 riders currently in the pits at the moment. 6 riders, I should say, is Bagnaia. Once again, Bezzecchi has absolutely nailed the first half of this Balaton lap. He really did pick up some serious pace there, didn't he? In split 2. Here he is in now at turn 11. He'll start winding up the gearbox here on that factory front. He gets tucked in here. Here we go into the second of the chicanes. This is 12 and 13. Bottom gear through here, down to around 75-80 kilometres an hour. Marc Marquez also looking strong on the factory Ducati. He was the quickest rider this one. This time around it's a clean sector 3 from Bezzecchi. Into 15 and 16 now, more track the World Championship leader. That is all perfect. That was really, really awesome, that wasn't it, from Bezzecchi. Out the final corner he goes. This should be a top 3 lap, if not better. Right, a second from Bez, a 1:38.296. That's 3 laps in a row now where he started to find some serious momentum.
On a rear tyre that is a step harder than the rear tyre that Fomin Aldeguer has been on to take the top spot. Marc Marquez here is also on the medium rear. The third sector is where the chicanery starts around this BalatonPark circuit. The chicanes of 9 and 10 and 12 and 13 are both in sector 3. And of course 15 and 16 is in the 4th sector, which Marc Marquez just completed to take 3rd place.
Marc Marquez back inside the top 3. Rapid this morning, just as he knew he would be at a track where he was so dominant here last year. Pekka Bagnaia looking to build on back-to-back podiums coming into this Grand Prix. Let's get some early practice thoughts from the boss. Now they Tardassi, you join Jack. Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, it does indeed. Good afternoon to everybody at home. Davide, yesterday Mark told us to forget about any chance of fighting for victory, even being on the podium, but this morning's session suggested otherwise. So what do we make of Mark's potential this weekend?
We perfectly know the potential of Mark, but it's obvious that after Mugello he was really tired. Monday also so, but on Tuesday he was really disturbed because he was so tired. But anyway, so on Wednesday and Thursday he grew up again, and now he's a bit better. But anyway, he's afraid about his body situation, so he's taking care about podcast, fight for the podium, etc.
Despite the obvious limitations that he's still got with the strength of that right shoulder, this feels like a circuit where maybe you can hide those physical limitations ever so slightly. A circuit where even the advantages and the disadvantages of a bike are hidden ever so slightly, and talent will come to a fore. So is it still a weekend where you think we can see a strong weekend from that?
Yeah, I think that few days more after the surgery is better. Being more a left side racetrack is helping. Mugello is a very demanding one, but on the other hand, I think that he's really caring trying not to crash and not to have injuries.
Now, back-to-back podiums for Pecco, but the one last weekend felt like a really important one. When we spoke throughout the weekend, you said you dreamed of looking up and seeing Pecco on the top step, which would be a result which could change his season. Is that 3rd place and the manner in which he was able to get it on that final lap still a result that can really change Pecco's season for the better?
I think that finally fighting hard with Marco Bezzecchi and then with Martin. Fantastic race, but now we have run out of the way to give him the possibility to fight all the race. I think that it was still there, but yeah, in this moment I think that we need something back.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. Yeah, you feel like at the moment Marquez feels like his brain's ready to win, his bike's ready to win, but at the moment it's just the body that's not quite there, not quite allowing him to push with full strength and perhaps more importantly full confidence, as Davide Tardozzi just alluded to there at the moment. When have you ever heard this? Mark maybe just a little bit cautious, wary of another crash so early into his most recent recovery from surgery. And of course it's going to be that lack of strength, the lack of peak physical fitness, which cost him so dearly late on in Mugello, which will be a factor. A lot less physical here in Balaton, but trying to muscle a 300 horsepower MotoGP bike around what's a very tight 4-kilometre layout. A tough weekend ahead for Marc Marquez. That was an impressive stint, very impressive run that by Marco Bezzecchi. And it was 5 laps in a row where he was able to significantly up his pace on each lap as he got heat in those medium tyres. He got more confidence crucially here in Balaton as well. The fastest lap at the end of that run was a 1:38.175, just over 100 behind Aldeguer.
Looking at Marc Marquez's sector times from this morning, we saw, didn't we, at the very end of the coverage this morning, how dominant he was in that first sector, which is almost entirely left-handed. There's the right-handed turn 1, then you're left-hander for 2, 3 and 4 before you complete the first sector, and then he was weakest through the second sector, which is predominantly right-handed, turns 5, 7 and 8, particularly 7 and 8, which are the fastest corners, or the corners that require the most commitment around this BalatonPark circuit, when he perhaps was either lacking a little bit of strength or just lacking a little bit of confidence.
Fastest this morning, third fastest so far this afternoon. Let's get a 93 update from Jack.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether we've shown it on the feed for everyone at home to see the new tail unit that Marc Marquez has, and has just been out on as well. But for me, it's one of the most radical new updates that Ducati have brought in terms of aerodynamics, certainly this season, for me, for a very long time. It's the first of its kind in terms of what we've seen other manufacturers bring. A lot of people now will be used to sort of the spoiler on the back of the seat, then also incorporating as a separate element the side wings on the side of the seat as well, whereas this is all in one and on steroids as well. It is quite a large component, no doubt going to have a huge impact on the feeling, in particular under braking, with the contact to the rear tyre for Marc Marquez. As I said, it's just been out in it for the first time. Interestingly as well, on 2 points, it's something that we haven't seen the very first time that I've seen this year, going back a couple of years as well, that any Ducati rider has used this at any of the official tests, which is surprised for them to roll it out now. And secondly, another good indication of the comfort and the feeling that Mark had this morning, they feel that they can try something as radical as that during a session like this. If Mark is building up his confidence, they would like to stick with the status quo. So definitely quite a bit of interest in what's going on. There's lots of TV cameras, understandably, on this brand new rear aerodynamic package. We'll keep an eye as we go throughout the session to see later on whether Mark continues with it as we go into time attack mode. If he sticks with it then we know that he clearly feels it's a big step in the right direction.
Thanks very much, Jack, for that spot down in pit lane. They have to do something, don't they? They have to respond. I mean, well, we mentioned earlier on this session, winless in the last 12 Grand Prix, and Ducati for so many years. Well, they were the front runners, weren't they, in the aero war, the aero battle in MotoGP. They have been usurped. They've been overtaken in many respects in the aero game by the factory of Aprilia. So yeah, Marc Marquez out on that new rear aero. Try and contribute to that as soon as you possibly can. As Fonzi Nieto looks on, the reason why he's smiling, because his Prima Pramac Yamaha rider, Topo Razgatlioglu, well, he's building on the confidence gained from that 10th place this morning. Here is the 07 of the Turk. He's got a couple of places better so far this afternoon. Top back then up into 8th place, so 1:38.891. That's the first time we've seen Razgatlioglu in the 38s.
No flash in the pan this morning, was it, to see him up inside the top 10? He's built on it for this afternoon. We've got Yamaha's 8th with Toprak, 11th with Miller, 13th with Quartararo at the moment. They're all in a second phase. Alex Rins is having a slightly tougher time of it so far this afternoon. He's down in 19th on 1:39.9 as we follow Luca Marini. Honda also hopeful that at a circuit that's slightly more suitable to their current RC213V than Mugello ever was, can maybe be more of a factor towards the front here, and Luca Marini's backing that up now as he goes 5th on 1:38.598.
felt like Valscalioglu always must have, in the back of his mind, looked at Balaton in this current early winter race and thought, yeah, this is a track where I can potentially shine. You sort of look at Jerez really in the first opening 7 Grand Prix, the only other real track where he's got recent race experience of. I mean, he's raced before in places like Buran, Austin, but a long time ago, either it being Superbikes or as far back as Red Bull Rookies. I think Mugello, he raced in the Rookies Cup years and years ago in Mugello. And of course, fresh out of Jerez, fresh out of Balaton, isn't he? Top that Valscalioglu. And also, he feels like there's been some significant steps forward in just his confidence, just his feeling on the M1, particularly in how he gets the bike stopped, how he gets it flicked into the corner, hitting a few more apex, I think, at the start of the season. His top track, courtesy of some engine braking tweaks, just some modifications to the front of that M1. And also, he's been following a lot of the other Yamaha riders, in particular his teammate Jack Miller. Of course, why wouldn't you be following Jack around when he's about to make his 261st Grand Prix start, bags and bags of experience. So yeah, top that Valscalioglu is sort of growing in confidence and growing in a bit of stature.
Yeah, and he's growing front-end confidence too, which certainly one thing he struggled in the early part of his rookie season, trusting the front end, particularly with Michelin tyres as opposed to the Pirellis he was used to in World Superbikes. And it's hard enough for a rookie anyway, moving up into MotoGP. Then when you're moving up into a MotoGP factory that is clearly in an element of transition at the moment down there at Yamaha, that can also make his life far harder than it would be for any ordinary rookie.
Well, at the moment, he is going to be going into Q2 for just the second time in 2026. Let's get the thoughts of the boss to the boss on his Jack.
Yeah, it's Fabio Quartararo just takes it over our right-hand shoulder, so hopefully we don't get drowned out too much. But Gino, chatting to Top Rank yesterday, he was very quickly speaking about the possibility of maybe attacking and challenging for the top 10 this weekend. You can see from the timesheets already, it's a place that he's got a great affinity with, was very successful at in World Superbikes, and so far seems to be gelling quite nicely with it with the Yamaha.
Well, for sure, it's a good weekend for us because, as you know, we suffer a bit in terms of power of our engine, but here we don't need it, so bike is quite better compared to the beginning of the season, especially on the tronic side and chassis side. We made a really good step forward, and Top Rank, as everybody knows, is a track where he can really show his good point mean he's a really hard breaker rider, so it's a track where he can show his potential here, and nobody have a huge or big experience on this track. This is also a good point for us as Yamaha, but also for him, because we can start almost from, let's say, zero, no, only one year of race, so could be an interesting weekend for us.
You mentioned electronics. Top Rank spoke to us in Mugello about the improvements you've made on the engine braking side. He was very curious to see whether those would translate to here. Clearly it feels as though you've all been able to make a step in that particular area.
Yeah, this is true. We made a really good step forward, especially from the beginning of the season. Both the key of is no good result, and now we find a good balance. He's happy, and let's see if it works also this weekend. But I'm pretty sure that now we have, let's say, a good scenario for him, a good scenario to make a result.
And just finally, Top Rank's weekends have almost had the same narrative everywhere we've been so far. He's had his struggles on Friday, but then he's always competitive against the other Yamahas on Sunday. It seems that he's a very, very quick learner, which should put him in great stead this weekend to challenge for those targets that he set.
This is true. This is the reason why also we are happy. Even if the results not so good right now, but we saw that we have improved. So he's really smart. This is good for us, and also he's an easy rider. So when you need to give some tips, he's really open mind, and he's let's say smart.
And let's hope it's a good one for you. Thanks, Gino.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Valscalioglu's boss Gino Borsoi. A couple of riders here, Ayagura and Pedro Acosta, as you can see on the graphics, have gone early. We sensed maybe a couple of riders might just push the boat out a little bit earlier in terms of time attacks, with some rather threatening grey clouds overhead. Agura made a big jump. He's gone 16th to 4th with a 1:38.358. This could be the best time of day one here from Pedro Acosta. Surely it will be. First 1:37 incoming here in Balaton. Acosta over the line into 1:37.741. As you can see, he's out on fresh rubber as well. So Acosta at the moment over 4/10 clear of the field. Acosta and Agura then have done early in terms of time attacks.
The red flags certainly played a role last weekend, didn't they, too, in practice in Mugello. Brad Binder, of course, bringing out one of them when he broke down late on his factory KTM. And you suspect also traffic is going to play a big issue around this 4-kilometre BalatonPark circuit, particularly if you catch a slower rider in one of the many chicanes here around this BalatonPark circuit. It's going to completely destroy your lap. So potentially, while things are a little quieter out there, maybe an opportune moment to get a fast lap in the back.
A bit more time in time attack mode would not do Agura too much harm, will it? I mean, his highest qualifying performance of the season so far, 6 on the grid in Goyang. He's missed the top 10 in qualifying so far in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. 11th in Austin, 11th in OF, 18th was in Catalonia, 13th last time out in Mugello. And it's those very average qualifying performances which you feel are really costing. They're really hurting Agura, because we've talked about this incessantly throughout 2026 and for a lot of 2025 as well. On worn rubber, on used tyres, Agura is as good as anybody in MotoGP right now, but he's just giving himself far too much to do on starting so deep on the grid.
No coincidence, is it, that one race in the last 5 where he did make the top 10 on the grid was the weekend where he ended up finishing on the podium. He went from, albeit only 9th from the grid, to the 3rd place, his one and only podium so far in MotoGP. Consecutive 1:37s now for Pedro Acosta, 37.857 on his most recent lap. He remains 4/10 clear of Fermin Aldeguer. We've also got Marco Bezzecchi, we're now watching on the Factory Aprilia, the rider who went early a week ago in Mugello. He's now set a personal best through the first sector on a soft rear tyre too. Brand new rubber for the World Championship leader, also looking to get one in the bank.
It's now exactly 100 Grand Prix since KTM were last victorious in a dry MotoGP race 5 years ago almost, since Catalonia 2021. That's Marco Bezzecchi. Yeah, he's out on some fresh rubber here as well. And this tends to mean Bez will be flying already, 2 times on pole position so far in 2026. Round 1 in Burram, and last weekend that absolutely jaw-dropping first ever 1:43 lap on home turf in Mugello. Acosta's looking strong as well once again. He's already fired in back-to-back 37s. Bezzecchi then losing a bit of time in the 3rd sector. This is just on his first flying lap, so he'll just be building a bit of heat, a bit of temperature into those tyres. 1:37.916, so quickly following Acosta into the 37s goes Bez.
Yeah, it's a very good lap, but it's about to be put into a bit of context here by Acosta, who can't match the Aprilia through that 3rd sector, or can't match his own best 3rd sector. Of course, we're measuring him against his own 1:37.741. His current advantage is just on the 2/10. It's now around half a second as Acosta gets down to a 1:37.418. He's flexing his muscles a little bit here as Pedro.
Got some nice heat now in those tyres at the end of that particular run for Acosta. Today, without a podium in the last 4 rounds, he slipped 70 points behind Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship. Some show he produced last weekend against Marc Marquez in a battle for the top 6 places in Mugello. That's a bit more likely from Bagnaia. He finally pushed himself up inside the top 10 at 1:38.738 from Bagnaia. Felt like, well, he said this Grand Prix here last year was nothing but a nightmare. Couldn't stop the bike, couldn't turn the bike, couldn't finish the corner. Well, he says encouragingly, coming into the 2026 version of the Grand Prix of Hungary, we've improved in all of those areas. A rider who looks hear Pecco talking too much about 3rd places, feeling like victories, but that's exactly where he felt he was last weekend, just by about a bike length and a half, fending off Agura after a dramatic last corner battle in Mugello.
Yeah, don't be concerned for Bagnaia fans with the 1.3 second gap between himself and Pedro Acosta. Bagnaia is still out there on warm-up, but as is Marc Marquez actually. Here you can see used medium front and rear tyres. So for Marc Marquez to potentially go second here, at the very worst third you'd imagine on the factory Ducati, he is going very well indeed into the 137s, and given that those are far from brand new tyres for the world champion, that's an impressive lap time.
So you can see that very striking and very distinctive new rear aero fitted to the GP26 of Marc Marquez. They have to do something, they've got to take steps to try and stop this onslaught from the Pirelli areas and the updated tail unit. It's working a treat right now, isn't it, for Marc Marquez? 37th on well-worn rubber. This does bode well, doesn't it, for the factory Ducatis, and in particular Marc Marquez. Factory Ducati team and Marc Marquez, 99 victories. 99 victories, the pair of them. Ducati's centenary year. Is this the weekend where Marc and Ducati's factory team will finally tip into the century?
Igora being on an adventure here, it looked like he was just rejoining the racetrack from an incident, and that was quite the adventure, wasn't it? As he was snaking and fishtailing on the approach to, I think that's turn 5, and yeah, Igora just about digging himself out of a hole.
He was hanging on for dear life there, wasn't he, in the braking zone. That was snapping left and right big time, the track out of Puglia. Once again, Marco Bezzecchi has got the pace, no doubt about it. He's got the consistency as well. That's another low 138 from Bez. Just a whisker outside of his best, a 137.9. Francesco Venturato, Bez's crew chief. What a partnership those two have struck up over the last 18 months or so. And crew chief working in perfect harmony together. As you can see from these pictures, a rider machine working in perfect harmony together as well at the moment.
I haven't seen much from VR46 this afternoon so far, it has to be said. Fabio Di Gianantonio's in 14th at the moment on a 138.8. Frankie Morbidelli is half second and a further 6 places behind him at the moment in P20, 1.9 adrift of Pedro Acosta currently at the sharp end. Di Gianantonio has just got back out there on a software tyre and improving, but we haven't seen many obvious signs yet this afternoon of the Di Gianantonio that qualified on the front row here last year.
Martin up to P5, that was just his best lap he's just completed. 14 to 14 and 138.193 from Jorge Martin. So once again, we've seen this a few times this year, 3 Aprilias are inside the top 6, although Fabio Di Gianantonio has just ended that particular streak. Digia finding his pace now, 138.196. He's also the latest rider that's out lapping Balaton on a brand new medium front, brand new soft rear tyre.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of the information on screen for Brad Binder's rear tyre, but he's now got up into the top 10 himself on a 138.570. Binder in the end paying the price once again for qualifying deep in the pack in Mugello, albeit the KTMs as a collective generally did. And in the end, he had to settle for 2 finishes just on the fringes of the top 10 in Italy.
Nothing to split the factory Yamahas. They've set the exact same lap time so far in this session. Quattararo and Rins, 139.029s for Matt Cowley, which leaves him just over 1.6 seconds behind Acosta. Moto3 makes a significant move, 20th to 11th. There goes the Top Gun, searching a top 10. It's the end of that particular stint for the number 12. It's close actually to the top 10. We've still got 26.5 minutes of this session remaining, so ample time for the chop and change. But at this particular stage, it was only 4/4 of a second from deposing fellow KTM rider Binder outside the top 10.
He has improved up into 12th place, 138.620 for the 2020 World Champion. So he's improved by over a second of what he did earlier on stage, but he is not top Honda at the moment. That remains Luca Marini in 8th place. Marini, as it stands, heading to qualifying 2, which would be bucking a recent trend, it has to be said, for the number 10. He's only made Q2 on 1 previous occasion this season.
Antonio is getting quicker and quicker, as you expected he would do, equipped with that fresh rubber. Digia threatening a 37 now himself. He got close to it on that last circuit, a 138.086. Back with Bez. Just going to get a bit of information now. He's done a series of laps only on that soft rear tyre as quickest rider on day 1 so far here in Balaton. He's right at the heart of your picture on camera right now. Lap 12 from Acosta at 1:37.418. He was building up to that quite nicely, wasn't he? A 37.7, a 37.8, and then when he really got the hammer down, he found a 37.4. Just for reference, all-time lap record is held by running MotoGP World Champion Marc Marquez. 1:36.518 was Mark's pole time here last August.
Slightly more stable conditions, I guess you could describe them as last year, not perhaps the same level of wind we have this afternoon, and of course generally with the rubber that goes down on this circuit we're going to get faster and faster through the weekend. We saw Pecco Bagnaia in the run-off through the chicane. We didn't see the anger that led up to it though.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a peeved Pecco there, isn't he, at the moment? Once again back with Digia. Doesn't look like this will be his first 1:37 of the weekend so far, but nevertheless it's been a pretty impressive stint this from Digia, just coming up on fellow Fabio Quartararo. He's just desperate for any kind of respite on that underpowered 4-star M1. Quartararo just about has enough in the locker to outbrake Digia into this very tight first corner. That's how we just pause and listen to Fabio Antonio. Fabio versus Fabio. Yes, unfortunately, just at the time we decided to spectate Balaton with Fabio Antonio. He decided to roll out of that latest lap, but fourth fastest for Digia. That's the state of play on the left-hand side of your screens. As you can see, Pedro Acosta then of 37.418. The top 10 then Acosta, Marquez, Bezzecchi, Digia, Aldeguer, Martin, Agura, Marini, Valverde, and Brad Binder.
Going to give a shout out to this man, he's now on screen, Lecuona, who's in 16th place. He's ahead of Moreira, he's ahead of Quartararo, Rins, Vinales, Morbidelli and Crutchlow, and he might be ahead of a few more here on the Gresini Ducati. In fact, he's up into the top 10. Early stages yet, and of course, plenty of time attack still to be done, but that would represent an extraordinary effort if Lecuona can get his Gresini Ducati into Q2.
15 times so far in this year's World Superbike Championship. He's finished second to Nicolo Bulega. 3 of those were here at BalatonPark just a few weeks ago. He's raced a KTM before in MotoGP. He's raced a Honda before in MotoGP. This is a new experience, new territory for the 26-year-old. First time he's been on top of the Ducati in the top class. And he's making more than a decent fist of it, isn't he? Fair play this to Nicola Lecuona. He is riding the crest of the wave. He's on a real confident run. I'm sure he's getting sick of being that spot. When are you going to finally topple Nicolo Bulega in World Superbikes? Great to see him though back in action, really replacing Alex Marquez.
Someone has to. He's undefeated still, isn't he, in 2026 is Nicolo Bulega, another rider who we might see on a MotoGP grid in the fairly near future. Strong reports that he may get the second VR46 gig alongside Fabien Aldeguer, who of course Lecuona is currently partnering for a temporary basis at Gresini. Aldeguer expected to head across to VR46, potentially with Bulega as his teammate. Top Honda honours have now gone to this man, Diogo Moreira, who's now ahead of Marini, ahead of Mir, and of course ahead of Cal Crutchlow. Moreira's putting a 38.2 to take 7th place. He's not done yet.
Thoroughly miserable start to what he hopes to be his 150th MotoGP appearance this weekend for Frankie Morbidelli. Frankie has so far not been able to trouble the 38s on day one here in Balaton. 39.350, his best time this afternoon so far, but he's half a second quicker than he managed this morning. We're still down in P21, and Crutchlow is behind the Italian Moreira. Once again, this is yet another eye-catching performance from the Brazilian, isn't it? A 1:38.111. He's just from a 7/10 of a second away from P1.
Well, we have seen a few occasions this season when Moreira has set those eye-catching lap times. He's been following someone. He wasn't on that occasion. That was all Diogo Moreira's own work to move up into 5th place. We're getting a very up-close and personal look at some of the intricate aero on the Aprilia, as Ducati in the aerospace look to try and strike back against their Italian rivals.
So Marc Marquez, second quickest. We haven't seen Mark engaged into time attack mode just yet. Here is Pekka Bagnaia braking almost 250 kilometers an hour. He's scrubbing off speed there into this newly resurfaced braking zone for the first corner. At the moment, Pekka's down in 14th place. His best time so far this afternoon is a 38.662. The two factory Dukes have yet to show their hand on soft rubber, so there's plenty more to come, you feel, from 93 and 63.
From Frankie Morbidelli while we're watching what's a fairly quiet racetrack and a fairly busy pit lane at the moment. We have got Morbidelli in the middle of a personal best. He's second off though already at the third sector checkpoint, so I don't think this is going to lift Frankie up into qualifying two. It'll certainly lift him up from P21 as we follow Marco Bezzecchi in that final sector. This is coming around turn 14. He has had one or two wobbles already through 14 up towards 15 today.
That's about as unsettled as I've seen the factory in Aprilia for quite some time on that run down to the 15-16 chicane. Morbidelli has found a fairly decent chunk of time to his credit. Morbidelli has just got up to 13th place. He is finally in the 38s with a 38.606. He's actually a million miles away behind Leclerc, who's currently at the most risk, being in P10. Before what is going to be now the start of the real fully fledged time attacks. We're going to see all 22 riders and now get themselves in the mindset for the hot laps. Let's get real blue. Spectacle pace that, isn't it? 38.7s on medium rubber for the Turk.
The task now for Toprak is with the brand new soft rear tyre that could potentially push the front on, whether he can make that extra step and get himself into Q2. As you mentioned, he has been there before, but that was on a day of slightly iffy weather and upheaval in Brazil. This will be a genuine level playing field, bone dry day. Bonafide top 10 if Toprak can take it. And this is his opportunity now with a brand new soft rear tyre fitted to his Yamaha.
El Turco ready to go here in Balaton. Leclerc, this would be a massive scalp. What a giant killing app this would be as far as Leclerc is concerned. Now, he's no MotoGP novice, but we should say that. This is going to be his 38th start in the Premier class, but it is some 3 years since he was last part of this kind of high-pressure situation where you've got to go in for the gung-ho lap times. 39 flat at the end of that one. Then he got himself down to a 38.8. And to jump another 3/10 forward there, Leclerc. On that first time attack, he was able to build his pace by about half a second, 6/10 to the second, which is pretty impressive. He knows the circuit, he knows the layout, but when you look at some of the company he's got behind him, he is, of course, a very strong and a very fast and competitive Ducati. Alex Marquez's GP26, which is the latest spec version. So you're still going to get out there. It's all about the ride on top that's squeezing the brake and grabbing the throttle. It's really a brilliant performance for Leclerc, fully justifying his selection, because I think there's a lot of talk in Magello, maybe with Andrea Iannone getting that seat with Grazzini, but it was Leclerc that won the race, and at the moment he's in the race for the Q2 spots.
Although his place in the top 10 might be about to be taken by Maverick and Vinales on the Tech 3 KTM at the moment. Acosta is the only KTM in the top 10, and he's all the way up in P1 and half second clear of the field. Maverick Vinales now on course to change that, and he launches himself all the way up into the top 6. Not a 37, which you feel is likely going to be required for a place in the top 10, but Vinales for the moment in a fairly strong 6th.
He has been beset with his well-documented injury problems, has been Maverick Vinales, but it's almost a full calendar year since he finished inside the top 10. That was an Assen 5th place at the end of June in 2025. We've got a couple of riders, including, of course, Marc Marquez, who's been suffering some serious issues with shoulder injuries. So then, for the first time here this weekend in Hungary, we're about to find out what Marc Marquez's potential really is. What is the 93's level, because he's in time attack mode then for the first time, which you have to say is a bit ominous, because he was doing 37.9s on pretty used and abused Michelin rubber. So the fact that he's done, well, he's one of only 3 riders that's done 37s, Mark. Of those 3, he's only one that wasn't out on fresh tyres. So, I mean, even a sort of half-fit Marc Marquez is going to find half a second on a new soft tyre, maybe a little bit more. So, yeah, there's plenty more to come from the factory Ducati rider.
See, getting very got close to personal view of the updated tail unit there on the Ducati. We've almost given away of our own camera there. We're riding on board with Marc Marquez. Aldeguer going very quickly. Martin was 2, but he's made a mess of the 3rd sector, so he's going to be staying back in around about 8th place, even if he has a strong 4th sector. Aldeguer across the line then, and he cuts the gap slightly to Pedro Acosta, but he's still 4 tenths back.
Straight out the gate, Mark's flying. Mark's only 400s down, a little bit more through the 1st sector. So this is looking really, really good, isn't it, for the 7-time world champion? He's about to come through the 2nd split right now. Lost a bit of time there, which is just Mark making sure that before he really does stick his neck out, before he really does push, just make sure that he's got some temperature in those Michelin tyres. Here is the beast, Enea Bastianini through the final corner. He powers. Once they're going to go up to 9th. It's not bad, actually, 17th to 9th for the rider who started in P4 here last year.
So we now have 3 KTMs inside the top 10. Acosta, Vinales, and Bastianini. Brabin is in 14th place and is currently also on a personal best. You can keep an eye on his progress on the bottom of your screens. Very good 3rd sector for Marc Marquez. He actually pulled a 10th of change back on Pedro Acosta, so this should lift him back out of Aldeguer into 2nd.
Acosta's advance here, the other KTM was massive. Marquez does go back in the 2nd place. He's cut Acosta's lead down to exactly 4 tenths of a second. But Acosta's almost 9 tenths clear of Bastianini. He's 1.1 seconds clear right now of Brad Binder. That was like captured as well for a shortcut. Look at this by Aldeguer. This is really impressive, isn't it, by Luca Zini, the Ducati rider. Estimated P1 incoming for Aldeguer. He's about halfway through the final sector. We pick up the number 54 now. Out of the final corner he goes, drops down that rear ride height device. Aldeguer line up to 2nd. That was close. That was tight. The 2 Mercians at the top of the leaderboard. Then Acosta and Aldeguer split by just over 200 of a second.
Marquez alert. He has just set the fastest 1st sector of the afternoon so far. A 1st sector that he absolutely owned in FP1 this morning. He's a 10th up already on Pedro Acosta. The world champion is starting to get up to speed here.
Top mask out the 2nd about 3 chicanes through 12 and 13. Now Bastianini's cruising. That's a shame because Enea was potentially going to be picking up a place or 2, like he made a mistake going into final chicane on the entry to 15 and 16, so nothing going on that last lap for Enea. Oh, that's close. That's close for Tomac, isn't it? Moves up into 11th place. That's now 12th because Jack Miller has pushed Ayagura out of the top 10. Marc Marquez lost a little bit of time in sectors 2 and 3. We know how strong he was in sectors 1 and 4 this morning. Here is Marc now in the final corner. Costa flying once again. Marc Marquez does indeed find a PB lap of 37.569.
Costa straight through the chicane at 15 and 16. That's Binder up behind him, so Costa needs to make sure he doesn't get in the way of his teammate here, who's potentially about to join him in the top 10. Binder across the line, climbs 9 places, 16th up to 7.
And that's bad news for Martin, 2nd in the World Championship. Binder's lap time has pushed Martin down into P11.
Give another shout out to Lackawanna. He's just in a 38.118. He's now back into 9th place again. That was where Acosta's lap went wrong.
Yeah, that's why he had to go through that shortcut. That was a pretty scary moment for Acosta. We're on board with him. Yeah, KTM lacking a bit of stability on the brakes for that final chicane as KTM Motorsport Director Pit Pirate looks on. There is Martin. Well, I was just going to say Miller's lap time had pushed him out, so Binder's lap time had pushed him out of the top 10 and put a situation that Martin has quickly corrected because of 37.906. Now 6 riders are in the 37s. Martin crucially one of them. His last lap put him up into P4.
Ralph Fernandez is currently 6th, and it's so close from Martin backwards. Martin on a 37.906. He's 100th ahead of Bezzecchi, who's then 1,000th ahead of Fernandez. The 3 Aprilias, 4th, 5th and 6th. So this could jump Raul up a couple of places with this. Crossline he goes, poor final sector. He doesn't improve. Across the line, we're looking to see who's just improved. Lecuona has had his lap time cancelled. That's why we've seen him go missing. He's now back to 16th place, unfortunately.
Costa this time around, he does nail the final chicane. Can he nail the best time of the weekend so far? Lecuona's been 10 points again. 38.1, another 38.1 from Lecuona, and it is the best time of the day so far from Acosta. Just about cementing his advantage in P1, a 137.401 from the number 37. Sees him jump just from the 400 clear now of Aldeguer.
This is Luca Marini into the final sequence of left-handers, and we've already touched upon how different Marini's season might have looked had he made a few more Q2s. There's been a lot of Q1s. Crossline he goes, and again he's just on the wrong side of those very fine margins. At 38.183, he's within a tenth, but again he's outside Q2.
Once again, it's Mia and Marini in the shadow of Moreira, who is the top Honda here. Again, just as he was throughout the weekend, throughout all 3 days in Mugello last time out, you thought that Moreira had the edge. He had that superior speed over Marini and Mir, and that's how the balls have fallen so far here this weekend as well. Miller trying to get himself inside that top 10. Here is Jack Miller, 43, Pramac Yamaha through the final corner. He goes. The Yamaha squatting low with the ride-out device engaged. A 38.290 from Jack Miller, not good enough to put him up in the top 10. Ralph Fernandez does improve though, just behind him. About 150 metres further back down the tarmac, and Mal Fernandez finds a 37.764, which pushed him up to 4.
And you're coming in here from Fabio Quartararo, although the prediction is he'll only go up by 5 places. He's currently in 21st place. The factory Yamahas ring Quartararo 20th and 21st. But with the leading Yamaha at the moment, Miller up in 13th. Is Quartararo about to change that? He doesn't. He's within a couple of hundredths of Jack Miller. So the two leading Yamahas closest to Q2, Miller and Quartararo, 13th and 14th now.
Now just over a second covering the top 17 riders. Pecco Bagnaia, a big 8 minutes coming for the Italian. He's down in 20th place. Hasn't been anywhere near a 37 so far today, has Bagnaia. So there's a bit of pressure on the shoulders of the factory Ducati rider. Amazingly, Catalunya and Mugello, not just back-to-back podiums for Bagnaia. It's the first time he's finished back-to-back Grand Prix since Hungary and Catalunya. One has had Costa at the top leaderboard for quite some time now. 12 and 13. That second goes now through the fast 14 section. Strong again in sector 3. Going to be close into the final chicane though. Goes Bezzecchi 4 wins in the opening 7 Grand Prix. He was on the podium here on our first visit to Balaton last August. Is he going to be wrestling back to P1 here in Hungary? No, but it's top 3 and that's 37.502. Surely that's job done for Bez.
If Marco Bezzecchi is as high as this on Friday, then I think his rivals are right to be slightly concerned with how he may get on through the rest of the weekend, because we saw in Mugello, we've seen it on a couple of occasions this season, the Aprilia just gets stronger and stronger as the weekend goes on. If Pecco Bagnaia is going to get stronger, and he's going to have to start pretty quickly. Good second sector for Bagnaia. He's a 10.5 down. He's currently underestimating 13th place, but Bagnaia starting to finally get his weekend up and running, it feels.
The only front row start of 2026 was the pole position in Le Mans, which came right out of the blue, didn't it? So we know he's got 1 lap speed in him. We know that 1 lap pace is this. Can he deliver? That's the big question mark as we look at the double MotoGP world champion. Attacking hard and on the brakes into this final chicane. 15 and 16. Now this is better. This is much.
Oh, it was.
Well, it was, and it was much better. Almost too good, wasn't it, as far as Bagnaia is concerned? He was almost down there. He was almost on the floor.
Still in 7th.
Brilliant. I mean, with a massive front-end washout on the exit of the final chicane, he still manages to find a 37.986. His first 37 of the day. He did it the hard way as well.
He'd have been somewhere near his teammate in 4th had he not made that mistake. The rear came round for Pecco Bagnaia. Initially looked like the front, but it was the rear that kicked out. The reflexes and reactions of Pecco Bagnaia might have saved him a place in Q2.
That goes the pushing. No question about that. He's leaving it all out there. What about Marini? Marini then trying to push Moreira outside the top 10, and he has. So one Honda strikes with another. Marini up into 7th, and Moreira gets pushed back down into 11th place, although Moreira's flying on his current lap. You can see his name just popped up on the screen. Marini then 7th. Danger zone now is for Brad Binder.
So Bagnaia is already back down to 8th place. We've had Raul Fernandez fastest through the second sector, Acosta fastest through the first sector, as is Marc Marquez. They're somewhere near each other on the racetrack. Here comes Moreira, 12th, back into the top 6 again.
And that has pushed Binder out. So the South African are now back in 11th place. Here is some hot laps coming in. Raul Fernandez is flying. We're on board with the number 25. Binder's on the charge as well. Acosta, the Gian Antonio, and Marc Marquez. Sector times lighting up like a Christmas tree in the commentary box here. What about Raul Fernandez then? Yellow flags are out at turn 11. And it's... we'll try and find out who that is. Is it Binder? I think it might be.
Raul Fernandez has taken top spot at 37.328. He doesn't have to worry about the yellow flags. It's Binder's indicator that it's not moving on the track map, and that might well have affected Pedro Acosta. Acosta, look, he's absolutely flying through the third sector. He might be about to get himself into the 136s here.
Confused with Binder stuck at turn 11 with his laps on, as you can see. He's still moving. Acosta is in the 36s. That is brilliant, isn't it, by Pedro Acosta? A 1:36.827, and that's a game changer in this session because he's got over half a second clear of the chase. In fact, Fernandez then is in second place. I think it was Brad Binder ultimately that was on the floor at turn 11.
Yeah, it must have been a pretty quick crash and rebound for Binder, but he didn't come through the third sector, anything sort of sensible. So Acosta has moved the goalpost significantly, and it's a shame to think of that too, because he'd also set 2 red sectors to start his lap, and in the end, because he's crashed so late in the session, he's heading for Q1 now.
It's a real shame for Marc Marquez as well, because I've kept an eye on Marc's first sector, and he had absolutely destroyed sector 1. He was on an absolute fly. He was up by about a 10th and a half. This is going to be the incident then. Well, this is Marc Marquez. Braking hard in the turn 5. Now that's not going to do anything for that right shoulder at all, is it, as he goes drearing into the gravel trap. So it wasn't actually the disruption of the yellow flag, which was ultimately what did cost Marc. He lost 30 seconds in that gravel trap.
He's done another red first sector, there's Marc Marquez. So Bagnaia has been bumped back out of the top 10 with all of the action that's been going on. Of course, that loss of the rear. Bagnaia is going to get around for one more lap to try and rescue his Friday afternoon. Gian Antonio also needs an improvement. He's down in 13th place. We've got Bastianini in 12th place. Quartararo on top back on Yamaha 17th and 18th, but both currently improving.
For the first time since Le Mans, it looks like a girl is going to be going straight into Q2, 6th place, better, up now to 4th place. Now this is what he needs, this is what a goer needs. Now if he can start on the second row of the grid while he's in the game, leaning on Quartararo, that's a brilliant last lap by Quartararo, a 37.871 has pushed him up inside the top 10, he's 9th.
And Martin is now right on the bubble, he's on a personal best too, with 10 seconds to go. This will be Martin's last lap of the session. Remember, we've got Gian Antonio, who now takes second to bump Martin out. This is now a crucial final sector for the rider, second in the championship.
Has been pushed out as well. Luca Marini was as high as 7th, just a few minutes ago. Martin then does indeed. That was some last lap of 37.734. Boy, did the 89 need that lap, and he delivered it. Not safe though, not a given that he's going to go through. He's 8th. Jack Miller, superb by Miller, in 9th as it stands at the moment. He's now back in 10th place because Moreira has improved. Oh, is there some late heartache coming potentially for Jack Miller? 37.760 from the Australian. 10th at the moment, just ahead of Fabio Quartararo in 11th.
Yeah, it's going to come from a fellow Yamaha rider, because Quartararo has done 2 personal bests, so has Toprak through the first 2 sectors. So they're the riders taking aim at Miller, and perhaps most importantly for the World Championship, Jorge Martin, who is precariously sitting 9th. He's taken the checkered flag, remember.
Razgatlioglu might be inflicting some pain on his teammate Jack Miller here. Toprak, Razgatlioglu tucked in nicely behind Quartararo. It's Miller who's right on the cusp. Is Miller's 137.760 going to be good enough? Luca Marini might also have a big part to say. As he stands right now, estimated position for Razgatlioglu, who was wide there, wasn't he, coming out the final chicane. How much time did that cost him? Lap time cancelled for Quartararo. Razgatlioglu line, it did cost him 12th. What about Marini? Can he push Miller outside of the top 10? The Tracking Marini now out on the final corner. The battery on the rider goes. No, so Jack Miller then for just the second time in 2026 will be in Q2, and that's some ride that by Miller. Absolutely brilliant. He's going to be the top Yamaha in that session. Once again, top Honda, and the only rider in that top 10 is Moreira. 37.708, so Moreira and Miller flying the flag for the Japanese brands. But Pedro Acosta, what a Friday that was from the Spaniard. The only rider to find a lap in the 36s, 4/10 quicker than Fabio the Gian Antonio at the checkered flag. Oh, brilliant job by Digia. Once again, he is top Ducati. Ralph Hernandez is 3rd, Aldeguer 4th, Ayagura, one of his better Fridays, is 5th. Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez, Moreira, Martin and Miller are through into Q2. Top jobs by both Moreira and by Miller. Superb. Missing out by just over 10 was Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, he straight lined the chicane on his final lap. We're now going to see it. That's into turn 15 where he ends up going straight through, and then he ends up at turn 17 and then has to try and make sure he doesn't get in the way of Toprak completing his line. Would have been touch and go anyway for Quartararo to make the top 10, and of course had he got through it would have knocked Miller out, but he has to make do with 11th. Toprak 12th. Some heavyweight names, aren't there, in qualifying 1 tomorrow, with Bagnaia down in 14th place. At that moment where he lost the rear through the final sequence of left-handers, surely did end up costing him a place in Q2. 14th, 1.1 down on Acosta.
Massive shout out as well to Lecuona. He is 17th in that session. He's ahead of this man, Brad Binder, ahead of Vinales, ahead of Morbidelli, ahead of another regular, Alex Rins. You can see the scuff marks all over Binder's leathers. He was down late on in that session. A real shame because at that particular point on that lap he was on course for the top 10. Binder then down at turn 11. Missing a bit of bodywork and missing the screen, isn't he, on that factory KTM? And yeah, so close to the end of the session. Of course, you have to restart motorcycles these days behind the trackside barriers. So Binder giving that one up. Fabio the Gian Antonio. Just no sign at all of this 2026 hitting the buffers at all. Top 6 in every single Grand Prix so far this season. 3 sprint podiums as Lord of the Year. He's having Pedro Acosta with a statement Friday here in Balaton. 136.827. Sees him lead the way. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Aki Iwaja.
Yeah, the Shark rolls into the box. A round of applause from the team. Aki, that's a pretty positive opening day.
Ah, yes, not so bad. Okay, somehow we expect that this track maybe fits as last year fits for us quite well. So I think especially Pedro had expectation quite much higher than the last races, especially the last race in Mugello, which is not his favorite and was not really easy weekend for us. But okay, it's a Friday, but of course really good. So great start, brother.
It is a great start, but Acosta, I'm sure, Katie will remind us, is only Friday. Great job though. A great job once again produced by this young man. 22 years of age, back-to-back Q2 appearances for Diogo Moreira. His first coming last weekend in Mugello, which he really did take full advantage of. He ended up qualifying 8th for that Grand Prix of Italy, and then a pair of 10th places in the sprint and the Grand Prix. We'll never know whether Marc Marquez had much more than his 1:37.560, because on one of his hot laps we saw him go careering into the gravel at turn 5. Thankfully there was no crash for the 7-times world champion. He goes through in 7th place. Both factory Aprilias do make it through. We felt that FASE was never really in any kind of serious danger. Can't really say the same about Jorge Martin. He did creep in 9th place. Moreira, Martin and Miller 8th, 9th, 10th respectively, all doing 37.7s, but that's a smile and a sigh of relief, isn't it, for the Martinator. Second in the World Championship, first front row start last weekend in Mugello, and he goes through in 9th.
The big casualties today in the end, certainly Bagnaia in 14th, Bastianini 15th, having for the thoughts of Luca Marini and Joan Mir on their factory Hondas. Marini 13th, Mir 16th. Looking at Moreira doing what he's doing at the moment up in 8th place, and although he misses the top 3 in the end, I think Fermin Albuquerque will be very, very pleased with his Friday's work. He looks like he's got a genuine podium challenge in him this weekend.
Well, we've been led to believe for an awful long time now, a factory Honda lineup in 2027 with Fabio Quartararo and David Alonso. Diogo Moreira saying, hey, don't you forget about me in terms of that pricey next year. Pedro Acosta, it's his Friday in Hungary.
By a comfortable 4/10 in the end. Acosta ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio. KTM from Ducati, from Aprilia with Ralph Fernandez 3rd. Albuquerque 4th ahead of Aigura, 2nd to the Trackhouse. Aprilia's in 5th. Bezzecchi, the points leader, 6th ahead of Marc Marquez. The brilliant Moreira 8th. Martin 9th. And Jack Miller books his place and ensures there will be Yamaha representation in Q2 in 10th. Quartararo top right, just miss out 11th and 12th ahead of Marini. Bagnaia with that big moment through turn 16, ended up 14th ahead of Bastianini, Mir. The impressive Leclerc 17th. Binder might well have made Q2 without his crash in turn 11, 18th for him ahead of Vinales. A rather anonymous Morbidelli, it has to be said today, in 20th place, 2nd and a half down ahead of Alex Rins and Cal Crutchlow.
Pedro Acosta was top 3 this morning. He moves to a couple of places in the P1 this afternoon with some early laps on the medium front, soft rear. Straight away into those sort of low 137, 137.48 on lap 12. And then right at the end, he was the only rider to find a 36.
Fabio Di Gianantonio might have had his team sweating in the latter stages. He was outside the top 10 with a couple of minutes to go, but he delivered.